Let's see, who do we have in the chat? For No Raisin and AC, how are you guys doing? Good to see you guys again. Honestly, I'm surprised. I thought Chronic Stream would still be going on, but I guess not. Let's see. We'll get started proper in about a minute. Oh man, I had a pretty good week. I recorded my next video. It's not the Dylan Mulvaney one, but it's kind of a, one of two videos that I'm going to be uploading next week. I'm also going to record the other one too. I think I plan on having them uploaded at around the same time. So, there's that. But it largely has to do with some of the commentary I made on Stellar Blade last week. So there's that. I did not upload. I mean, it's all ready to go. I had thumbnail, everything. But, back at home, the Wi-Fi ain't all that great. So, figured I just take care of that when I'm back here in my apartment. So with that being said, okay, let's get this show on the road. On with the show, people. On with the show. Okay. Alrighty, is the stream gonna pop up? There we go. Alrighty, and I'll put this in here. And then I'll wait a little bit before I show my stuff to the chronic people. Alrighty. Let's get to the itinerary, shall we? Tonight on the ScurvyRum show, why is society like this? And for our first video, we have that speech from Yuri Bezmenov that he spoke that we discussed briefly last week. So I figured we'd give a bit of a partial watch on that. And then we have a new type of segment, a podcast. How the Woke Infiltrate from New Discourses Bullets by New Discourses by James Lindsay. But yeah, it's not a long podcast. The bullets are pretty, bite-sized. They're not meant to be like 2 hours. And then our next video, The Coming Population Collapse by What If Alt Hist. And then for our regular cancellation, Marxists and Communists. Though the one difference is that we're actually going to do the cancellation segment with the main headline. So shocking. So new. So innovative. Innovative. Why couldn't I say that word? Alrighty. So we got that all down. Scurvy is a little tired, but I could still stream. Let's see, I will put it. Let's see, there we go. Oh yeah, I forgot to send the link to you, Pickle. Alrighty, so let's get this opening segment started. So, why is Soyciety like this? Why is everything going to shit? Well, I'll tell you why. All the fucking communists and socialists and all the other flavor of Marxists that have just completely invaded almost every institution of society. Think about it. There's a reason why they keep on pushing for DEI and all this other nonsense. It largely has to do with demoralization. That's something commies are actually quite good at pushing. There's a reason why they're the ones to tell you, you should be ashamed for being white. Can't really say that part out loud. Even though Scurvy's not exactly white, but you get the point. It's like, you could be proud for all the other skin tones, but that's weird. The person who's saying that to begin with is probably has paler skin than I do. Then, why is it okay for you to tell me to be ashamed of my skin color, even though you are that skin color? I wonder. I really fucking wonder. And then, at the same time, the more elite Marxists, you know, like the celebrities, mainstream celebrities, Adeptus says, "What's the topic, Scurvy?" And Pickle says, "Lion pizza chicken." How you guys doing? But I'm just ranting about why communists and Marxists are destroying this country. And is Scurvy just ranting or arguing with somebody? I'm just doing the opening segment / regular cancellation at the start of the stream instead of the end. So it's kind of a mix of both. But going back to what I was saying, I find it really odd that communists just do the things that they tell us not to do. I wonder why that is. Probably because they're the ultimate hypocrites. The orange is talking to the little piece of branch that is stuck on him. That's a good one. But I just can't help but notice that these people do not practice what they preach. They just don't. I believe that it is part of the communist way of life is to just lie about everything, and that's also including your lifestyle. You say you don't want, you tell the commies at the World Economic Forum tell us to not eat meat, but they're the ones eating grass-fed ribeye every single day. The elite commies basically want us dead. That's kind of what I've learned throughout my years, especially during the fucking lockdowns. Good lord. But at the same time, commies possess an insane amount of stupidity in the fact that they think they're so smart that they just tell us the plans that they have for all of us. It's evil and it's tyrannical, but they're kind of so egotistical and stupid that they just outright say what they want to say. U11 Uprising, how's it going? Currently visiting Canada. Oh my. Honestly, if you want a good look at the soon-to-be societal collapse, take a look at Canada. Oh man, that place is so fucked. Trudeau is quite the good little communist, if you ask me. But basically, these people they believe that they should be the only ones on Earth, and the lesser commies are like, oh yeah, that sounds fine. It's all for equality and equity or whatever bullshit. point of view when 1/3 of the population wasn't even born there. You could tell Scurvy doesn't live in Canada because he could say those things. That's true. Commies also don't like freedom of speech. Scurvy loves freedom of speech. Doxing tip number 1, Scurvy doesn't live in Canada. You're right, I live in Tropicana. I live in Tropicana at the college prefecture. Yep, Tropicana, Florida has prefectures like Japan. Scurvy lore, people. Anyways, we're gonna wrap up this opening segment, but if you want to see exactly how communist subversion works, which, by the way, we are probably at stage 3 at this point, probably close to stage 4, where where we're almost at total humiliation, because that's the end goal of communism. That's what the Russians have been doing since the 60s. There's a reason why China and Russia, and even though I know Russia's not a communist country, but at the time that it was doing the subversion shit, it was. But there's a reason why we are a laughingstock. We are a laughingstock of a country. And with that being said, let's get to our first video segment of the night. How you doing, Speedwagon? So, alright, let's get to the proper tab here. Just gonna take a swig of water. So the video we have here it was briefly mentioned last week, the 4 stages of ideological subversion. It's a speech from Yuri Bezmenov. So, if you don't know who Yuri Bezmenov is, he was a former KGB agent who had pretty intimate knowledge about how this kind of propaganda works. And it really is quite the prediction of just the state of modern America. Thank you, commies.
My father was, he's on the left here, my father was officer of the General Staff of the Soviet Army. He was inspector of land forces, Soviet troops stationed in countries like Mongolia, Cuba, East European countries. This is the picture taken...
Mongolians! Alright, I'm gonna try to keep the stream pretty serious. This is kind of a bit more of one of those serious streams, but considering he mentioned Mongolians, I'm sorry, I just had to. Goddamn Mongolians!
At the entrance of my Institute of Oriental Languages. It's a part of Moscow State University. As every Soviet student, I was, quote-unquote, volunteering for harvesting grain in Kazakhstan. By the end of my training in school, I was recruited by the KGB. This picture was taken on that day, and you can see again how happy it feels to be recruited by the KGB. Pay special attention to number of bottles on the...
Also, I forgot to mention this. If you don't know what the KGB is, it's basically like the secret police. You know, if your neighbor heard you talking about like something, you know, counter to what the Soviet Union is saying, that neighbor could report you to the KGB, and the KGB would take care of everything from there. It's the NSA, but with legs. Exactly, AC. Secret police, but also foreign spy agency. Also correct, Adeptus.
The table. One of my functions was to keep foreign guests permanently intoxicated the moment they land at Moscow airport.
Oh.
In 1960...
Not only is alcohol good for, like kind of getting the truth out of people, but it also once again, alcohol lowers inhibition. So, if Bezmenov's job was to do that, which it was, that's a good strategy of getting foreign intel. Just completely said right to your face. And who knows what the Russians would do with that information? What about me, Daddy Orange? Am I correct? 6 years! Of course you are correct, Pickle.
1967, the KGB attached me to this magazine, Look magazine. A group of 12 people arrived to USSR from the United States to cover the 50th anniversary of October Socialist Revolution in my country. From the first page to the last page, it was a package of lies.
That is interesting. The fact that basically his job was to keep these people liquored up so that way they could keep spouting lies. Doesn't that remind you of, well, mainstream news outlets these days? How they keep pushing lies from the top of our government?
Mr. Bezmenov was born in 1939 in a suburb of...
I read way too many KGB manuals to... God damn it, Pickle. It's about the book. It's about your book.
Moscow. He was the son of a high-ranking Soviet Army officer. He was educated in the elite schools inside the Soviet Union and became an expert in Indian culture and Indian languages. He had an outstanding career with Novosti, which was the, and still is, I should say, the press arm or the press agency of the Soviet Union. It turns out that this is also a front for the KGB. One of his interesting assignments was to brainwash foreign diplomats when they visited Moscow. And he'll tell us a little bit about how they did this and how they planted information which eventually wound up in the press of the free world. He escaped to the West in 1970 after becoming totally disgusted with the Soviet system.
Hold on, we're going to have to speed this up a little.
At great risk to his life. He certainly is one of the world's outstanding experts on the subject of Soviet propaganda and disinformation and active measures. Mr. Bezmenov, I'd like to begin by having you tell us a little bit about some of your childhood memories.
Well, the most vivid memory of my childhood was Second World War, or to be more precise, the end of the Second World War, when all of a sudden the United States, from a friendly nation, which helped us to defeat Nazism, turned overnight into a deadly enemy. And it was very shocking because all newspapers were trying to present an image of belligerent, aggressive American imperialism. Most of the things that we were taught is that the United States is aggressive power, which is just about to invade our beautiful, free socialist country, that American CIA is dropping...
Free and socialist, that's a oxymoron right there. How could a country be free and socialist?
In Colorado, beetles on our beautiful potato fields to eliminate our crops. And each schoolboy had a picture of Colorado bug on the back page of his notebook. And we were instructed to go into collective fields to search for those little Colorado bugs. Of course, we couldn't find any. Neither we could find many potatoes. And that was explained again by the encroachments of the decadent imperialist power. The anti-American paranoia, hysteria in the Soviet propaganda was to of such a higher degree that many less...
You could tell he probably majored in journalism because he crosses his legs.
Skeptical people, or less stubborn, would really believe that the United States is just about to invade our beautiful motherland, and some secretly hope that it will come true.
That's interesting.
Yes.
Well, getting back to life inside the Soviet Union, or inside communist countries in general, in this country, at the university level primarily, we read and hear that the Soviet system is different from ours, but not that different, and that there is a convergence developing between all of the systems of the world, and that really doesn't make an awful lot of difference what system you live under, because you have corruption and dishonesty and tyranny and all that sort of thing. From your personal experience, what is the difference between life under communism and life in the United States?
Well, life is obviously very much different for simple reason that the Soviet Union is a state capitalist economically. It's a state capitalism where an individual has absolutely no rights, no value. His life is nothing. It's just like an insect. He is disposable. Whereby in the United States, even the worst criminal is treated as a human being. He has a fair trial, and some of them capitalize on their crime. They publish their memoirs in their prisons.
Hey, Meatbags, how's it going? We're going to pause the video right there for a little bit. Notice that a lot of the policies on like bail, especially like bail reform, Here in the more liberal parts of the U.S., it's like not only are criminals treated like a little bit too much like people, but they're treated like children. Criminals in the more liberal parts of the U.S. are treated like children, in the sense that, oh, he just made a mistake. He could learn. He could learn from it. How about we just set him free? But that's not how proper criminal reform is supposed to go. But also, I think we as a country are just way too fucking soft. And I think shit like bail reform has been form of proof, if you ask me.
And get handsomely paid by your crazy publishers. The differences, of course, in the daily life are very various, depending on whom we are talking about. In my own private life, I never suffered from communism simply because I was brought up in a family of high-ranking military officer. Most of the doors were open for me. Most of my expenses were paid by the government, and I never had any troubles with the authorities or with the police. So, in other words, I would say I enjoyed, or I had good reasons to enjoy, all the advantages of so-called socialist system. My main motivations to defect had nothing to do with affluence. It was mainly moral indignation, moral protest, rebellion against the inhuman methods of the Soviet system.
Well, specifically, what did you object to?
I objected, first of all, against oppression of my own dissidents and intellectuals. And that was the most disgusting thing that
I mean, I also noticed this too, especially since I'm back in the university system. Holy shit, if I haven't said it before, I will say it again. I have to walk on the most fragile eggshells in the fucking world. Like, if I say, I have to really dance around what I actually want to say, so I don't upset the little fucking snowflakes that I'm surrounded by. And when I did say some of my actual opinions, albeit highly filtered, I still got some weird fucking looks, even though I was saying the truth. For No Reason says, okay, I'm here now, start over. Sorry, For No Reason, we're already started. But, as I was saying, oh my goodness. Like, and these people talk about, oh, my intellectual freedom, but if I have to walk on fucking eggshells, like the most fragile eggshells in the world, how is that intellectual freedom? No, you just want ideological conformity. Again, Marcus Frary and Angela Davis. Yep. Don't worry, we're gonna be talking about those guys, especially Angela Davis. I probably have brought up Davis indirectly before, because all right. So I'm gonna back it up a little. If you don't know who Angela Davis is, she is like one of the biggest feminists in the world, aka a fat, angry, violent dyke. Fat, violent dykes. That's a funny song, but Angela Davis is also quite a notable Marxist. Like, she was very much a hardcore socialist. Oh, wait, no, not even socialist. I got that wrong. She's a diehard fucking communist. Like, an actual fucking communist who put, communism through this feminist bullshit lens to try to make it more appealing for women to become communists. As if it wasn't already easy enough for women to believe in communism.
I witnessed as a young student who was brought up a very troublesome period in our history, from Stalin to Khrushchev, from total tyranny and oppression to some kind of liberalization. Second, when I started working for the Soviet embassy in India, to my horror, I discovered that we are millions times more oppressive than any colonial or imperialist power in the history of mankind. That my country brings to India not freedom, progress, and friendship between the nations, but racism, exploitation, and slavery. and of course economical inefficiency to this country. Since I fell in love with India, I developed something which by KGB standards is extremely dangerous thing. It's called split loyalty, when an agent likes a country of assignment more than his own country. I literally fell in love with this beautiful country.
And this phenomena that Bezmenov is talking about here, it's like you are, I'm gonna try my best to kind of put it in terms of like what we're going through here. It's like when I learned that, I was like, holy shit! Like the right actually makes good points, and it's like I tried to tell that to some of my former friends. It's just like, well, they are more loyal to the bullshit ideology than they care about our friendship. And yeah, this especially happened by the time Roe v. Wade got overturned. It's like you can't, and even then at that point I already was a pretty, I was already pretty staunchly right wing, but at this point, it's like I'm actually still wanting to hear leftists out. It's just every time I hear them speak, my God, like I don't know. I have a feeling they're the ones who are the type of people who actually say a bunch of the fucking actual conspiracy shit. It's like, oh, if I were to think of something, the whole systemic racism shit, when it could be further from the truth. It's not the 13% of the population that are oppressed, when a lot of them are being given opportunities that they haven't earned. It's the majority of the country who are being screwed over. Most left-wingers believe the most insane conspiracy ever, like IQ being created purely for blacks to be called stupid. That is probably the most retarded thing that I've heard in a long time, Pickle. I'm not even bullshitting you there. It's like, and they call us conspiratorial. They really do. They call us conspiratorial. Oh, I had the perfect example for this. All the book banning stuff. Like, I remember reading a comment from another fellow right-wing librarian. I think it was on the Libs of Reddit subreddit, where just like, I think the guy actually went in depth about just like how books get weeded out of a library, and one of the quotas is misinformation, like actual misinformation, but because libraries are starting to be taken over by activists, they're basically taking out books by like Jordan Peterson, from more right-wing figures. But all the book banning stuff, like what leftists do not understand is certain books do not belong in certain places. If you really want to go buy genderqueer, no one is fucking stopping you from buying genderqueer. Most parents don't want that book in a school library. Do you want to know why they do not want genderqueer in a school library? I will give you the simple fucking answer. It is highly inappropriate and has very graphic depictions of what it's trying to tell people. First of all, why do you want kids to read this? And second of all, why are you pissed off when your propaganda porn books are being banned? If you are a leftist watching this, I want you to try to give me a legitimate answer. Something that you actually thought of yourself. And not just a bunch of fucking talking points about intellectual freedom and kids need to learn this shit. No, they don't. Your intellectual freedom is not being stymied by the fact that that genderqueer is not in an elementary school or middle school or even high school library.
Of great contrasts, but also great humility, great tolerance, and philosophical and intellectual freedoms. My ancestors used to live in caves and eat raw meat when India was a highly civilized nation 6,000 years ago. So obviously the choice was not to the advantage of my own nation. I decided to defect and to entirely dissociate myself from the brutal regime.
Mr. Bezmenov, we've read a lot about the concentration camps and the slave labor camps under the Stalin regime. Now the general impression in America is that those things are part of the past. Are they still going on today, or what is the status?
Yes. There is no qualitative change in the Soviet concentration camp system. There are changes in numbers of prisoners. Again, this is unreliable Soviet statistics. We don't know how many political prisoners are there in the Soviet concentration camps, but we sure know.
Oh, fake statistics. I remember a bunch of those back in the COVID days. Man, oh man. Hell, that death toll still hasn't been properly adjusted yet. Was it all... Night Llama says, was it always Soyciety? Always has been. That's also true.
From various sources, that at each...
as I was saying, sorry, I lost my train of thought for a second. Like, from all the bullshit mask studies that were just funded by the government to just basically push out one singular result, masks work, when in reality they don't fucking work. They never have and never will. They also just pushed a bunch, they had a highly inflated death toll number for a long time, which, if I were to bet something, they probably haven't properly adjusted it yet. I wonder why. In addition, all the social distancing studies, all that bullshit too. I haven't forgotten all that. You'll notice that our government is following in the steps of the Soviet Union. I'm not saying we've become the Soviet Union, but in terms of tyranny, our government has learned a lot from them. As if they haven't. Yuri Bezmenov went down that rabbit hole like 3 years ago, right before the fake cough saved me from the jab. It is quite the rabbit hole, but it's a good one to go down.
A particular time, there are close to 25 to 30 million of Soviet citizens who are virtually kept as slaves in forced labor camp system. The size of the population of a country like Canada is serving terms as prisoners.
Incredible.
So I would say that those intellectuals who try to convince American public that concentration camp system is a thing of the past are either conscientiously misleading public opinion, or they are not very intellectual people.
So I think it was like the other day where I saw like an article being posted on the Lockdown Skepticism subreddit, where basically it was just like the CIA was questioning Fauci about a lot of things, including the fucking 6 foot thing. 6 feet rule, which, first of all, I don't exactly trust the CIA. I really don't. I also think that they probably asked him a lot of low-ball questions, like, oh, what about, like, they weren't asking him, like, what the fuck did you do with those beagles? What the fuck were you doing in Wuhan? What the fuck is Project... I forget the exact name. I think it's like Project Nightfall. Something like that. Man, I remember reading that and I was like, holy fucking shit. Fucking China started the pandemic. Yep.
They're selectively blind. They lack intellectual honesty when they say that.
Well, we've spoken about the intellectuals in this country and also the intellectuals in the Soviet Union. What about down at the broad mass level, do the people in general, the working people, the workers in general in the Soviet Union, do they support the system? Do they tolerate it? What is their attitude?
Well, average Soviet citizen, if there is such an animal, of course, does not like the system because it hurts, it kills. He may not understand the reasons. He may not have enough information or educational background to understand. But I doubt very much there are many people who are conscientiously supporting the Soviet system. There are not such people in USSR. Even those who have all the reasons to enjoy socialism, people like myself.
Hey, Denather. Oh, wait, you're no longer Denather, it's your Sif. I literally changed my whole personality in COVID lockdowns. Dude, I feel that way. I felt that way too. I had a complete 180. I understand that, you know, that alienates people, but at the same time, it has, like, you know, that shift in personality really has allowed me to make some new and better friends.
Were a member of journalistic elite. They also hate the system for different reasons, though. Not because they lack material affluence, but because they are unfree to think, they're in constant fear, duplicity, split personality. And this is the greatest tragedy for my nation.
Well, what do you think are the chances of the people actually overcoming their system or replacing it?
There is a great possibility that system will sooner or later be destroyed.
Friends like the pickle.
There is a self-destructive mechanism built into any socialist or communist or fascist system. Because there is lack of feedback, because the system does not rely upon loyalty of population. But until this Soviet junta is being supported by the Western so-called imperialists, that is, multinational companies, establishments, governments, and, let's face it, intellectuals, so-called academia in the United States.
So what Bezmenov is also describing here, it's literally like fascism, where basically the corporations and all other institutions are basically working with the state to enforce the state's like law. That's basically what it is. And not gonna lie, we are encroaching heavily onto that. Really, really heavily. I'd almost say we're almost there. You know, we live in a fucking corporatist society as is. Down the line, it's gonna get a lot worse. Especially, now this might seem a little far-fetched, but look into what kind of data the McDonald's app is collecting. I know it sounds silly, but like it's quite invasive. It really is.
The States is famous for supporting the Soviet system. As long as the Soviet junta will keep on receiving credits, money, technology, grain deals, and political recognition from all these traitors of democracy or freedom, there is no hope. There is not much hope for changes in my country, and the system will not collapse by itself simply because it's being nourished by so-called American imperialism. This is the greatest.
I guess to draw a comparison, oh boy, the reason why our farce of a Soyciety is still going is because there's way too many people who are like, content with it. I don't know if it's because like indifference or obliviousness, but I certainly do know there are people who absolutely love the system that we're in. Leftists. my classmates. They would not really survive a day in a societal collapse. They would be the first ones to go. Not a pretty thought to think about, but they are not the ones who make the smartest decisions anyways, so.
Paradox in history of mankind when capitalist world supports and actively nourishes its own destructor.
I think you're trying to tell us something.
Oh, yes. I'm trying to tell you that it has to be stopped unless you want to end up in Gulag system and enjoy all the advantages of socialist equality.
If you could make a vid dedicated to classmate teacher L's, that would be fun. Yeah, I probably will down the line. That might be, I think, alright, so, I already have a video that's already done, audio-wise. I'm gonna get to properly making it, I think, like, tomorrow, and then, I'm going to probably do another recording session of, like, part 2 of that, and then, yeah, I think that's probably going to be something else down the line, because I also want to make the Dylan Mulvaney shitlist video as well. I already did the roast segment, I just got to do the other segments of it. But yeah, that does sound like a fun video. And it also probably isn't going to be too time-consuming either.
Working for free, catching fleas on your body, sleeping on the planks of plywood in Alaska this time, I guess. That's where Americans will belong, unless they will wake up, of course, and force their government to stop aiding Soviet fascism.
Well, you told us a moment ago why you left the system. I'd like to hear the details of how you did it. It must have been a very dangerous thing.
It was not so dangerous, it was crazy. First of all, because defecting in India is virtually impossible, thanks to very strong pressure from the Soviet government.
Excuse me, you were in India on assignment at
Yes,
that time.
I was working for the Soviet embassy in New Delhi as a press officer. And defecting for a Soviet diplomat is next to impossible. It's a suicide, as I said, because a great friend Indira Gandhi pushed a law through parliament which says, and I quote, "No defector from any country has a right of political asylum in any embassy on the territory of Indian Republic," which is a masterpiece of hypocrisy. No other defector but a Soviet one needs a political asylum. So knowing that perfectly well, I
Fucking
planned a
Gandhi,
craziest
man.
possible
Goddamn.
way to defect. I studied counterculture in India. There were thousands of young American boys and girls
Hey, Garrett, how's it going?
with no shoes, long hair, smoking hash and marijuana, studying sometimes Indian philosophy, sometimes simply pretending that they study. And they greatly annoyed Indian police, and they were laughing stock of Indians because obviously they were good-for-nothing students. I studied carefully where they congregate, what routes they travel, what language they speak, what do they smoke. And one day I simply joined a group of hippies to avoid detection of Indian police. I was dressed as a typical hippie with blue jeans, long camise shirts with all kind of nice decorations like beads, long hairs. I bought a wig because for several weeks.
So, I don't think I could actually relate this, his story to anything going on in current day America, but honestly, this is kind of an interesting story, don't you think?
I had to turn myself from a conservative Soviet diplomat into a very progressive American hippie. And that was the only way that I could avoid detection. It was very interesting experience, but it was necessary because from my own knowledge as a member of Soviet embassy staff, I knew that there were many cases when Soviet defectors were betrayed by Indian police, and also some Western embassies played a very dirty role in betraying the Soviet defectors. According to our information, they were some, I wouldn't call them double agents, but simply immoral people working for the United States embassy. And confiding in people like this would be a suicide. So I had to be extremely careful. I could not trust anyone. And that was the reason for such a crazy way to defect.
Well, had you been caught in the act of trying to get out, what would have happened to you?
Oh, most likely I would end up in concentration camp. Or, depending on...
Good point there, Adeptus. Once again, the process of infiltration and humiliation, it does involve getting into the embassies. And that includes Western embassies. Chances are, the people in the Western embassy, or that person, could be a high-ranking person in that embassy. Chances are, if they were communists, they probably had ties to the Soviet Union.
on the situation and on the whim of some bureaucrat in KGB, or maybe even executed. This is normal practice, quietly, of course, not publicly. But that would be the end of my defection, of course.
Well, when did you finally make it to the United States?
In 1970, after about 6 months of debriefing in Athens by the CIA, and I presume FBI too, they let me go first to Germany, then to Canada. That was my decision. I had to change my identity to protect my family and my friends in USSR. And also I was a little bit paranoid knowing that both Soviet KGB and probably some double agents within the American system may be after me. So I wanted to settle down as far away as possible. I requested CIA to give me some kind of new identity and just let me go on my own. And I settled in Canada. I was a student. I changed many professions from farm help and laundry truck driver to language instructor and broadcaster for Canadian broadcasting corporations in Montreal.
Well, have you had any threats on your life or any
Yes.
unpleasant
In about 5 years, KGB eventually discovered that I am working for Canadian broadcasting. See, I made a very big mistake. I started working for overseas service of CBC, which is similar to Voice of America, in Russian language. And of course, monitoring service in USSR picked up every new voice. Every new announcer, they would make it a point to discover who he is. And in 5 years, sure enough, slowly but surely, they discovered that I am not...
Modern day Canada would probably deport him. Yeah, they would, because if Bezmenov was still alive, and, you know, kind of going through the stuff he was going through, yeah, Canada would be like, oh, Trudeau would be like, oh no, we don't want this guy here, he's not brown enough.
Thomas Schumann, that I am Yuri Alexandrovich Bezmenov, and that I'm working for Canadian Broadcasting, and undermining beautiful détente between Canada and USSR. And the Soviet ambassador Alexander Yakovlev made it his personal effort to discredit me. He complained to Pierre Trudeau, who is known to be a little bit soft on socialism.
Trudeau, wouldn't you know, a fucking Trudeau. Yeah, of course the Trudeaus are soft on socialism. They are socialists. And Justin Trudeau is probably one of the biggest socialists in a supposedly capitalistic government, you know, capitalist system like Canada. Good Lord. Modern day Canada would ask him to take their healthcare program. Canadian healthcare program. I mean, Justin's dad was old Fidel. Yes, I'm aware of that. I'm very much aware of that. Mrs. Trudeau got cucked by a fucking communist dictator. Nah, Canada would give it back to the Soviet Union. That's probably the serious answer, but at the same time, the funny answer of, hey, we'll have him do Canadian healthcare.
And
probably
the
might
management
also
of
happen.
CBC behaved in a very strange, cowardly way, unbecoming to representatives of an independent country like Canada. They listened to every suggestion that Soviet ambassador gave, and they started shameful investigation, analyzing content of my broadcasts to USSR. And sure enough, they discovered that some of my statements were probably would be offending to the Soviet Politburo. So I had to leave my job. And of course, subtle intimidations. They would say something like, please cross the street carefully because, you know, traffic is very heavy in Quebec. And fortunately, I know about the psychology and the logic of activity of the KGB, and I never allowed myself to be intimidated. This is the worst thing. This is what they expect a person, a defector, to be intimidated. Once they spot that you are scared, they keep on developing that line. And then eventually you either have to give up entirely and work for them, or they neutralize you. They would definitely stop all kind of political activity, which they failed to do in my case, because I was stubbornly working for Canadian Broadcasting. And in response to their intimidations, I said that, look, this is a free country, and I am as free as you are. And I also can drive very fast. And gun control is not yet established in Canada, so I had a couple of good shotguns in my...
Hey-o! Shotguns are based as fuck.
basement. So welcome to visit me someday.
But now, gun control is like crazy in Canada. Yep. Good luck. Good luck trying to get a gun in Canuck land.
Your Kalashnikov's machine guns. So obviously it didn't work. Intimidation didn't work. So they tried different approach, as I described. They approached on the highest level, on the level of Canadian bureaucracy.
And on that level they were successful.
On that level they were successful. On individual level they failed flat.
Mr. Bezmenov has brought a series of slides with him that he has taken from the Soviet Union, and I think this is a good time to take a look at the slides.
Yes.
Now, the viewers will be able to see these slides as we talk about them.
Yes, this is a collection of slides which are, some of them are snapshots from my family album, some of them are documents which I smuggled from the Soviet embassy, and some are reproductions from local mass media. I usually show them to establish my credibility as a defector. This is a picture of my native town, Mытищи, about 20 miles north from Moscow. Characteristically, there's a statue of Comrade Lenin in the central square. This is myself at the age of 7.
Goddamn Lenin.
Again, characteristically, and the statue of Comrade Stalin extending his friendly hand to peoples of the world. At that age, of course, I was still idealistically minded young communist, and I still believe that sooner or later things will go for better. But I realized that the system stinks, that something is fishy, and that ideology is fake. And the propaganda about advanced Soviet agriculture simply didn't meet the criteria of reality. If they talk about abundance.
So, when it comes to propaganda not being able to, meet to what's happening in reality, I think a lot of, leftists, especially, Marxists, I think they willfully just eat up the lies. I think they willfully, they hear, the things about, communism, and it's like, oh, it wasn't that bad, real communism hasn't been tried. They heard that shit from, their professors, their teachers, well, especially their professors, good lord, considering they are required to take an English 101 class. Chances are that professor probably is a communist. There's a good chance. But the fact that leftists love the real communism hasn't been tried yet line. They don't understand because they never lived in that system or truly learned about the topic. Whenever somebody actually tries to bring up the atrocities that communism always leads to, someone like Vosh or, like you mentioned, Pickle, Hassan, they will absolutely just lie at it through their fucking teeth about, oh no, actually, real communism hasn't been tried because if you look at the KGB, the Russians didn't do exactly this part, and they just lie through their fucking teeth. A bunch of whataboutisms too.
Of food and there's none in the stores. There must be something wrong. My father was, he's on the left here, my father was officer of the General Staff of the Soviet Army. He was inspector of land forces, Soviet troops stationed in countries like Mongolia, Cuba, East European countries. Were he alive today, most likely he would be inspecting Soviet troops in Nicaragua, Angola, and many other parts of the world. Fortunately, he died and he didn't see the disgrace because deep inside he was a Russian patriot. He didn't like the idea of expanding Soviet military might, especially in the areas where we were not welcomed at all. Unlike many other military officers, he was reporting directly to the Minister of Defense.
Hitler wasn't a socialist. Is that why he was allied with the USSR?
Passing KGB and diplomatic service. In other words, he was a trusted military professional. And my impression that this type of people are much less hawkish and adventuristic than party bureaucrats in Kremlin. When American mass media describes Soviet military as potentially dangerous counterpart for Pentagon, I simply laugh because I know better. I know that the most dangerous part of the Soviet power structures are not military at all. Most likely, if they come to power in my country, they'll be more sensible negotiators for nuclear disarmament and withdrawal of the Soviet troops from many parts of the world.
But if someone from the party structure or the KGB structure were to give the orders for a military
they have to
intervention,
obey,
they
yes,
would follow.
because they are professional military. But you see, the triangle of power and hate in USSR is the party at the top, the party elite, the oligarchy of the party, then the military and the KGB at the bottom. They hate each other, and the most hated.
I mean, I think I paused this to kind of tell a bit of a joke. South Park joke. I love those. I think it was like when Cartman had Kyle try to find out if the Muslim kid that moved into town was a fucking terrorist, but then somehow they actually uncovered a real terrorist plot. Basically, they just had the whole "not anymore, you're not," and then at the when Kyle was like, "Not any," he took over the chain of command because Kyle actually found out who the real terrorists were. He was like, "Not anymore, you're not." That's a funny episode. I think it's like season 11, episode 4, The Snook. Funny show. I'm rooting for anything that ain't NATO. Go get them tired instead of listening to Eat the Bugs propaganda. Yeah, I don't like NATO or the UN. Yeah, I think the UN is exactly how it is. I think, if you ask me, I think the UN is portrayed pretty accurately in Evangelion. Albeit, unlike the UN in that anime, the UN is full of insanely stupid people governing other stupid people.
Triangle. The most hated corner of the triangle is the Communist Party bureaucrats. They are the most adventuristic, senile megalomaniacs. They can start war. I wouldn't be surprised. Not the military. They know what war is. At least my father did. This is the picture taken at the entrance of my Institute of Oriental Languages. It's a part of Moscow State University. I graduated in 1963. And
now, excuse me, which one were you on?
I am on the right.
You're on the right.
And on the left is my my schoolmate Vadim Smirnov, who later was a apparatchik in the Central Committee of the Soviet Union Communist Party.
What is an apparatchik?
It's a functionary, something like civil service in British Empire. Someone who is never fired from the service. He stays there internally. He may not be promoted too high, but he's a dependable bureaucrat who will stay forever. I studied not only languages, but also history, literature, even music. I'm on this picture, I'm trying to learn how to play Indian musical instrument. I even tried to look like an Indian when I was second-year student.
Not bad, man.
Yes, actually it was strongly encouraged by the instructors in my school, because the graduates of my school were later on employed as diplomats, foreign journalists, or spies. As every Soviet student, I was quote-unquote volunteering for harvesting grain in Kazakhstan. This is the biggest agricultural blunder of the Soviet government. But I didn't have much choice, of course, because the...
my school did mock the UN, and I was Iran. Oh boy! Is this pre-revolution Iran or post-revolution Iran? I would agree with you if it was post-revolution, and I would disagree with you if it was pre-revolution. And somehow convinced everyone to give me half of Africa. Ah, that's funny, Pickle.
Communist motto borrowed from the Bible says, "Those who do not work shall not eat." And you can see me eating, therefore I was working, and you can see how happy I was about it. I went through a very extensive physical and military training, including the military games in areas, suburban areas of Moscow. And here, for example, we are on the tour in Arkhangelsk area. And by the end of my training in school, I was recruited by the KGB. This picture was taken on that day, and you can see again how happy it feels to be recruited by the KGB.
Our conversation with Yuri Alexandrovich Bezmenov, who is a defector from the Soviet Union, a former propaganda agent for Odysee and KGB, will continue after this message.
Alrighty, so we're going to leave it off here, and we're actually going to continue with this as a special episode on Monday. I haven't done one of those in a while, and now that I don't have to worry about class, I figured I could we'll finish this up in a special episode. So, I'm going to take a quick little break. I got to get me another drink, and then I'm going to head to the little Clementine's room. Okay. I'm also going to play a different song here. So, just be a little patient, and I'll be right back. Don't worry, Shinobi, I gotta grab my drink real quick. Okay, I am back. Alrighty, so our next segment here, kind of missed a really good first segment, Shinobi. Our next segment is from the New Discourses podcast, specifically, it's kind of sub-series, New Discourses Bullets. So it is a podcast. But they're pretty short podcasts, so they're around like 10 to 20 minutes. They don't take up too much time, and I figured that considering we're talking about communist infiltration here, why not talk about it in both a pretty massive and a pretty minor scale. So this video talks about how. How woke people like infiltrate major institutions, but also smaller smaller fandoms too. So let's get started.
Every single time. This is James Lindsay. You are listening to New.
Oh yeah, in case you don't know who James Lindsay is, he is a mathematician, and he also talks about stuff just how evil and horrible communism is, and also just how evil wokeism is. He's a smart dude. Gets most things right. He gets some things wrong every now and then, mostly on Twitter, but in his actual videos, good stuff. A Night Llama, you mentioned 40K. Yep. That's exactly what happened. Took a while. It really did took a while. But, unfortunately, they've taken over now. Let's get started.
New Discourses Bullets, where I give a kind of bullet point summary of a single topic from woke Marxism that we need to understand so we can beat it. And in a recent episode, I talked about the idea of entryism, which is a strategic entry into an institution
or fandom
in order to take it over. In other words, to set up what they call a counter hegemony or a counter institution or a counter state, if it's a state, within.
This process is exactly what happened to the Western Guilty Gear fandom. But the one thing is, they don't play the game. They stopped playing Strive as soon as Bridget got nerfed. The same thing when Soul got nerfed. I know it's just a minor little thing, but just thought I'd mention it.
In a state
Gotta mention
or
Guilty Gear
institution
somewhere.
or organization, or even culture, in order to turn it over for Marxism. And I want to kind of talk about something a little more specific today. I want to talk about kind of the progression. Like, let's say you have an institution or a board or a club or an organization or virtually anything, and it's about to meet a woke takeover. Now, I want to just give like a 5-stage process and what that takeover looks like. That's the point of this podcast. So what does an entryist progression look like? This isn't kind of an overall...
Not really. Kind of went woke in the 1990s, 2000ish, seeing as they introduced the Sisters of Battle. Then that they are stronger than Space Marines, aka 7'5" giants on roids that run 70 miles per hour. Honestly, I didn't even think about it like that. Pickle, what are your thoughts? I know you're the big 40K guy here.
Like every possible domain, how would they do entryism kind of thing? But this is certainly how they would take over an institution or take over a conference or take over a department at a university. And that said, it would be worth your time, if you haven't read it, if you are in such a place, to at least peruse the book.
What goes through these companies' heads? In what universe do women like making and painting tiny war models? Yeah, then honestly, that's kind of fair. Though I think they kind of like the painting, the painting part. I don't know. I really only know one chick who plays 40K, and that's because I met her through the Pickle.
I published through New Discourses. I didn't write this book. I helped with a little bit of it, but it was by Charles Pincourt. It's called Counter Wokecraft. It came out a little over a year, maybe almost a year and a half ago, something. I suggest you pick that up. It is actually about the techniques of woke takeover inside of institutions, so you might want to check that out. But my purposes today are to say these are the 5 steps you're going to see unfold, and then to try to talk about what you might be able to do about them at different points. So the progression, it's always in a list of demands because they're demanding stuff constantly, because woke is essentially an entitlement complex turned into a philosophy or a set of kind of... Philosophy is a strong word for it. It's too self-contradictory to be a philosophy. But what they're going to do is they're going to first demand access, then they're going to demand accommodation, then they're going to demand a seat at the table, then they're going to demand to set or control the table, and then they're eventually going to use that power to demand control over every seat in the room, if not occupation of every seat in the room. In other words, they're going to...
Alrighty, let's listen to that again. I want you guys to understand exactly what's going on here.
Accommodation, then to first demand access.
So first, demand access. So if I were to bring in an example, Oh yeah, the Guilty Gear community. You know, before Bridget was added to Strive. Yeah, there were a few trannies. Like that was the case in like every single fighting game. I don't know why Troons love fighting games so much. Oh wait, I know why. Because they can never beat up anybody in an actual fight. Unless if it's with a woman. So they were allowed access. It's just like, hey, just know what we are. And it's like, things were relatively fine. And then, what's that next step?
Then they're going to demand accommodation.
Accommodation, right. That kind of came with that step naturally. It's like, all right. Though I think the community was more than happy to say, all right, we'll get you accommodated.
Then they're going to demand a seat at the table.
This is what happened when Bridget was revealed. It's like, now all the trannies from the woodwork, like they were praying that Bridget would be revealed because of the fucking trans shit that was going on, especially at around the time. I think it was I think right now it's kind of at its peak. It was really on the rise when What Was a Woman came out, and honestly, I'm glad that What Is a Woman exists. Great film. I made a review on it that got a lot of flack when I was still playing World of Warcraft from Asmongold's Guild. Anyways, getting back to Guilty Gear here. It's like, yeah, now it's like, oh, Bridget is literally me. We'll find out if he's a troon or not when he comes out. I mean, they've been saying that, X character, Troons love saying that X character is trans, even though, no, they're not. Hell, if you pay, I've been through this already before on the show. I literally went through Bridget's theme and his campaign to basically show, it's like, no, this is not a trans metaphor.
Then they're going to demand to set or control the table.
The fucking troons who don't even play the game are sitting at the table in the Western fandom. I have to clarify this. This is in the Western Guilty Gear fandom.
And then they're eventually going to use that power to demand control over every seat in the room, if not occupation of every seat in the room. In other words, they're going.
Tampa can't sleep. A lot of the top players in that tournament are Troons, even though they would lose to any Japanese player, especially the Japanese people at EVO Japan this year. They would lose. They're not that good at the game. I could kick their asses when I'm shit-faced drunk after a night at the bar.
Going to transform.
But they control everything.
Okay, so the order again is they want access first, so they demand to be let in. Then they're going to demand accommodation. In other words, you're going to retool the organization to suit them. And then they're going to demand a seat at the table. They deserve to have some say or some power. Then they're going to demand to control the table or set the table. So they're going to set the agenda, the policies, and they're also going to demand that their inclusive policies or whatever actually dictate for the whole organization, kind of like stretching that accommodation to the max. And then finally, they're going to demand that the entire organization bow to their rules, including purging and censorship and all of the stuff that goes along with inclusion.
At least in the Guilty Gear fandom, there is some pushback. There's a lot of pushback from the Japanese player base. Even from the Western player base too. The people who actually play Strive. There's pushback against that. I know I'm one of the vocal people out there who outright just says, Bridget is not a troon. He just isn't. And I get pushback for that all the time. But no matter how much pushback I get, I will keep on saying it because that is the truth.
Inclusion. And so let's talk about each of these kind of briefly and what you can do when you see them happening. So demanding access is the first step. I mean, I kind of already explained it. It's really simple. They're going to say, you have to let people like us in. Now, there are two kind of situations with an organization, or if it's a conference or something like that, an event. Some are open, like, you want to come? Okay, buy a ticket, right? And unless for some reason they've actually been blacklisted or banned, if it's an open event, fine. But they are in the audience, and what you're going to do with them is you can let them come. If it's open access, it's open access, and you shouldn't, go out of your way to be a pain. But you have to be on guard to prevent the next step, which is demanding accommodation. So you can expect that these kind of troublemakers, these activists, will go from demanding access to demanding accommodation in kind of one fluid step. And so it's good for you to be ready for that and to not be willing to bend on that. If they say, we demand access, and you say, okay, here's access, and they say, well, you need to make it more accommodating for us, you say, you don't have to come if you don't want to. It's really that simple. It's a matter of saying no. You don't have to actually bend the rules. The rules don't have to be made to accommodate anybody who's demanded access.
Honestly, when it comes to like a chick coming into like a mostly predominantly male space, video games, why should we have to accommodate to you, the person who wants to get into the group, when the person who wants to get into the group should be accommodating to the group? The group already has its rules, its vibe. Try your best to fit in that vibe. That's what I try to do every time I go to like a new Yu-Gi-Oh shop or something, or tournament. It's like I learn, I don't really talk much until I kind of get the vibe of the place, That's what it should be.
Now, if it's a more closed forum and somebody demands access and you can tell that they're likely to be activists, you just say no. Nobody gets access just because they demand access. Let them go throw their fit. Let them scream at the building from outside. Let them go call you whatever names they're going to call you. Somebody asked me on social media the other day, how do we resist woke Marxists without them calling us fascists? And that's the wrong mentality. What you have to do is, you can't stop them from calling you fascists. That's all they're going to do anyway. If you don't give them all of their way, they call you fascists, they call you haters, they accuse you of things, they say you're Nazis, they say something. You're not going to be able to stop that. What you have to do is actually just make sure that the audience that they're trying to fool with that crap realizes it's ridiculous. So you may want to take some proactive steps for that. But for demanding access, it's pretty simple. If it's closed access, don't give it to them. Nobody.
And if somebody does want access to something, they have to prove themselves. That's how it used to be. It's like you have to like, especially if you were a chick trying to get into like a predominantly male space, you have to prove yourself that it's like, okay, if you want to join us, well, you got to go through a hazing. Not literally, but metaphorically speaking. It's like, can you handle the insults we throw at you? Can you handle the fact that you're basically the only chick in the group? Can you handle that? And then eventually, once you prove yourself, those jokes start to go away.
It's closed. You don't have to give people access just because they want it. Oh, you keep women out, when really what you're keeping out is feminists or whatever. No, you don't have. You don't have to change your policy. You don't have to justify really why you're excluding anybody at that point. What you'll find, though, is that they will do that class jump. Oh, you're excluding, say, women, or you're excluding racial minorities or sexual minorities or something, and try to turn it into a discrimination situation, and we may even try to press civil rights laws. So this is one of the biggest problems and weaknesses that we've got to start thinking about in terms of how civil rights law is kind of twisted. A lot of corporations are caught by this.
Oh, absolutely. Like when it comes to this on the more grander scale, it's like, no, we're not discriminating against ethnic minorities. We just don't want you in. The reason why we don't want you in is because you'd be a detriment to how the group functions. It's not because your skin is darker than mine or that you're a woman. It's the fact that you would try to turn the group upside down and destroy it from within. That's the problem.
Organizations are caught by this. They'll get accused.
And I think this is what happened to a lot of companies, like whether it's Blizzard, Games Workshop. Those are just the two companies I could list off the top of my head that have really gone down the road of woke. Especially Blizzard. Like they're still trying. They're still in damage control. Blizzard is still in damage control after the sexual misconduct that happened in that company. But they really should just be. They really should just try to make the company better to work at as a whole. Like Blizzard has a problem with just like treating its veteran staff a lot more favorably than the newer staff. Let's lose money. It needs to be political. Make the game political. Make it commie. Make it rainbow. Put a chick in it and make her lame and make her gay. Put a chick in it and make her lame and gay.
Accused of a civil rights violation of discriminating when in fact they were not discriminating based on, say, sex or race or some protected class. They were in fact discriminating based on ideology or work performance or something else, and whatever. So you just remember, the other thing to keep in mind with the demand for access is that if it's already open access, just expect that it's going to roll immediately, that the demand for access is going to roll immediately into a demand for accommodation. The general rule of thumb with these demands from activists is that they're going to ask for one, take two, and then demand three. If you just kind of remember that, or you could say they're going to ask for an inch and take a mile or whatever, but then they're going to demand another mile. That's the thing. If you just...
They're never satisfied with the mile that they take. They have to take every single mile.
Remember...
Like, that's kind of what happened with Blizzard. The activists were not satisfied with the mile that Blizzard was more than willing to give them. They had to take it to the extreme. Now they haven't, I remember when that was like still going on, and it's like I had a feeling no matter what expansion was happening, well, in the modern era, I don't think, if the sexual assault, things, rumors and all that, I mean, they're basically proven true at this point. If it didn't happen in Shadowlands, it would have happened in Dragonflight, or it would have happened in The War Within, or it would have happened in Midnight, or The Final Titan. It would have happened in one of those expansions, where they replaced a lot of the paintings with literal fruit bowls.
That it makes it really easy to anticipate that they're going to act like you maybe caved in a little bit or whatever and gave them some of their way. They're going to immediately ask for more. And so you damn well be ready to say no. What is demanding accommodation? That's going to be these kind of inclusion policies. They're going to say, well, we're here, we're going to come, but we don't want to hear certain things, and we find it to be upsetting or offensive if people talk or if so-and-so presents. There's a lot of that. We don't want,
So this is going to be a bit... So this is what happens in a lot of, colleges, right? A college, the campus the college Republicans... they might bring somebody like Matt Walsh to speak at their campus, and then suddenly so many leftists are just ready to just wreak havoc because it's a completely tribal response that these leftists are engaging in. But basically, if that speaker somehow even gets a chance to speak, which these days I don't know how likely that is. I really don't know. But my goodness, all hell breaks loose. That's because even though the speaker is more than willing to, like, not cause trouble, like they're there to speak, not to cause trouble. Leftists are basically going to be the ones who actually cause the trouble. That's also a technique. That's also a technique Marxists love to do when it comes to riling up their followers.
We looked at your list of speakers. We like 19 of them, but the 20th one, we've got a problem with that guy. And so you're going to have him not speak. You have to accommodate us.
Hola, Isabella.
So we'll come. Like, who do you think you are, people? Like, we don't need you. So don't give in to demands for accommodation. If somebody has demanded access, you're already giving them something by letting them in the first place, if that's what it required. Don't change policies for perennially offended people. Don't empower that. It's very important not to. Let them go throw the fit. Let them say that they felt excluded.
So, okay, I think if there's, like, in terms of smaller, like, fandoms or whatnot, or especially in terms of, like, card shops or whatnot, I think there's one difference between just, like, saying, you need to go to the sensitivity training, boys, and, like, actual legitimate sexism that happens, which, admittedly, it does happen, probably because those guys are so, they're so pussy-starved, probably very much touch-starved, too. It's like, yeah, they don't know how to talk to women, and so they do they say this cringy shit, and they do equally cringy shit as well. And, that it could actually be sexist, like, actual sexism. Not like, what feminists think sexism is. Where it's just, where the guy just said, go back to the kitchen on Call of Duty voice chat. But for the most part, it's kind of few and far between. Feminists don't realize that they handed Andrew Tate his career on a silver platter. They never realized that, and I don't think they want to realize that.
Whatever. We've got to start letting a lot more of that happen, and we've got to shame it when it occurs, rather than giving in and bending and bending and bending. The same thing happens in personal conversations. Oh, woke is just being nice. What does it cost you to be nice? It costs you.
So, when wokies say something like that, I'm trying. I think they're just lying. I don't think it's a particular logical fallacy. I think they're just lying. And when they say, "Oh, woke is just being nice," it's like, no, they're lying to you about that. If you look at their actions, not what they say, but you look at what they do, you will know that is a goddamned lie.
A piece of your soul, frankly. Every time you lie to fit in, every time you bend yourself to accommodate some narcissist, you've given away a piece of your soul. You've given away some integrity. And so you can't do that. But that's where the woke manipulation really begins. So they demand to be let in, and then they demand, now you've got to start changing things so that we feel like we belong, so that we feel welcome, so it's more inclusive for people like us.
Inclusive in this sense is the buzzword version of inclusive, where it's like you have to have everything under the sun, and you can't have any sense of communal identity except for, the woke bullshit that's being propagated by every institution in the federal government. I can't think of a single institution in the American government that isn't woke. Let me look this up before I make an ass of myself. Let's see. Never mind. I'm glad I didn't make an ass of myself. But literally, every institution of the federal government is woke. It's all fucking woke. You got your diversity quotas. You got what you wanted, but it's never enough. Oh crap, my bad.
You want it in. If you don't like it, go back out. You've got to have that kind of attitude. If you don't have that kind of attitude, you're going to get rolled and the progression is going to continue. The next step is that they're not just
What's that old phrase? You can't stop progress.
going to demand special accommodation. They're going to demand a seat at the table. People like us, people representing our point of view, which will probably be conflated with an identity category as opposed, like instead of it being a radical activist, they'll say you need black voices or you need a woman's voice on the board or on the...
I honestly, I remember having like a talk with my dad about that. And he's like, oh, it doesn't, like, though I think the way he phrased it, it wasn't exactly like the way a Twitter woke tard would. It's like, I understand where he's coming from, but it's like, you also don't, like, I also think he, like, and granted, he's a pretty smart guy, but I don't think he understands exactly why, you know, a wokey would not make for the greatest of employee. Especially in the field that he's in, which I'm not gonna say. But, man, just because somebody might have a unique perspective on things doesn't mean that they should automatically get in. Because chances are they could try to subvert it from the inside out and fuck things up. I think my dad also kind of learned that lesson the hard way, but I don't think he fully learned the lesson yet.
Council or on the planning committee or on the rules committee. They're writing community guidelines, blah, 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 and they'll point to all these problems that were mostly things that they ginned up so that they can justify why somebody like them needs to help you avoid those problems in the future, or they'll just start trying to accuse you of being a racist organization if you don't put somebody in power, or sexist, or whatever. And that's demanding a seat at the table. Once they...
Well, we even see this with our own fucking military. Like, our military is full of high-ranking troons. Like, men who think they're women in high positions of military. These people do not belong in that position. They are mentally ill.
start getting a seat at the table, I guarantee you they're going to start changing policy and they're going to start manipulating it very quickly. So if you don't want to lose your organization, you need to be prepared for that. And there are some strategies to deal with this. One is that they can earn a seat at the table only by the usual way, which is that they have to earn it by whatever means that organization allows people to earn it. The problem is they will cause a splinter in your organization. So what they will do is they will start to go foment, if they're not in power, they'll go foment a splinter group of discontent against the existing leadership and try to do an ouster and try to flip over the table. So at which point the access and accommodation become the problems, because that's what facilitates them to be able to do that. And you've already kind of hamstringed yourself in terms of being able to push them back out or stop that splintering. But these are the tactics that they're going to use. But it's up to you. But if you let them have a seat at the table, they are going to abuse the power that you give them. And that's
to them, the woke infiltrator, the rules do not matter. What matters to them is that they have power, and that's what wokeism always talks about. It's like power dynamics. This is also stuff that Marx says, like, word for word. So whenever the wokies start talking about power or whatnot, I mean, hell, the whole racism is prejudice plus power argument, you're dealing with a Marxist, whether they know it or not.
It's the next step that they're going to ask for. It's not just going to be that they want to be allowed in, they demand access. Next, you're going to have to accommodate them and their special narcissistic proclivities. Then you're going to have to give them some power, because that's actually...
So I've actually kind of noticed that, like, this even among fellow Spurgs like me. It's like, there are some people that ask for these crazy accommodations, and it's like, I'm over here just dumbfounded. It's just like, why are you here then? Why do you go to, the school that I go to, if you can't even just bend a little bit? Like try to have some fucking stoicism about you. But then again, it always falls upon deaf ears. Anytime I start talking about stoicism, I think really out of all the people, aside from like the peer mentors who are kind of have to listen, I think it's that Spurg chick who listens. And it's like, once again, when I talk about stoicism, I actually mean what I say. Like, I'm not just saying it to sound cool or whatever, but it's like it's stuff that actually fucking works and can help you do better in life. Let's see. The elves in my book don't really try the subversion part. They just strong arm shit. Maybe in the 25th book they'll try that.
Fully what they're after. They're going to demand
I'm just
a
being
seat
an
at
ass.
the table. And I guarantee you there will be a public relations mess or nightmare at every single time you say no on any of these. The thing you need...
That's going to be the case, but you have to stay firm. It's easier said than done, but it's like, if you want to make it easier, you just have to say, we really don't discriminate against, we don't discriminate if you have a different color skin, or, sexual orientation or whatever. Well, unless if it's something, really bad. But if you want that position, you have to do what's required of you. You're not going to get special treatment. We have these policies for everyone, no matter who they are. These policies work, and they will continue to work. And if they stop working, they will be updated in a reasonable manner that still maintains the integrity of the organization.
need to understand is the further down this list you are when you finally draw the line and say no, the bigger a problem it's going to be and harder problem it is to solve. Much better to keep it out in the first place and have a policy.
So there's a reason why, job applications, they're just starting to throw away the applications that are the non-binary, because it's like, those people know the kind of bullshit they're getting involved. They're not even worthy of having the interview because of just how stupid it all is. I had to tarnish my search history for the book. Oh man, that's funny.
Policy that kind of setting a policy in advance for anybody who say gets access that prevents them from being able to roll that into accommodation, seats at the table, and so on is extraordinarily important, and it's worth thinking through in the first place. So especially in a corporation or any other kind of organization, the kind of terms of engagement or terms of service or terms of working there, terms of being involved, terms of being a member, terms of being in leadership, all should have kind of an agreement, whether it's tacit or explicit depending on the context, that means that when they start throwing those belly aching fits, that they are already in violation of what they agreed to when they came in the first place. Which,
ooh, that's actually something good. If you work here, it's like you can't go on a belly aching fit on social media. That's actually something good, and it's also not in violation of the First Amendment either, funnily enough. Because companies do restrict some speech, and it's simple. If you're gonna throw a bellyache on social media, making the company or institution look bad, then you get fired. That's already what happens. It's unfortunate that you get fired for expressing what you think, but in today's times, that's just what happens, unfortunately. Now, obviously, I think there is a limit. Obviously, you don't want to. I don't think you'd want to have an employee say, "Oh, the company just does is eat aborted fetuses all day," like that kind of stuff. The kind of stuff Mr. Hanky tweeted when he was on Ambien. That's a funny episode too of South Park. But it's like, yeah, companies don't want themselves to look bad. Especially local government institutions. So it's those institutions, if anything, that really should be against all this woke shit, but they're not. They love it.
Steals their ability to make that complaint. Of course, that complaint will be made to an ignorant audience, but it gives you the tool to say, hey, look, when they joined, they agreed that this was how things were going to be, and that we weren't going to make special rules for anybody. So when we didn't do that, now they're throwing a fit, and it gives you some power and
Yep. Exactly how James Lindsay puts it.
Leverage to deal with the
Probably
fact
put it better
as this
than
gets
I
further
did.
down. Because if you let them get at the table, the next step is they're going to demand to control the table, or just to be cute, to set the table. In other words, it's not going to be enough that they have a seat on the council or the commission or the board or whatever. They're going to use that to say that that entity has to operate in greater unity. It has to have policies. You can guarantee that they're going to start writing policies for how the board itself has to act, and how new people are going to be chosen to be on the board, and all of this other crap. They're going to try to control the governing table, as it were, to make sure, and in fact the policies of the organization or institution itself, to make sure that their way is the only way. And then they will use that increasingly, and this is where I recommend you look at the book Counter Wokecraft, because Charles Pincourt talks about 3 different phases, depending on what proportion of a institution they've taken over. Do they have only a small numbers of people? Like, have they just got a seat or 2 at the table? Are they actually in the position of...
So, in terms of quantifying how many wokies are at the seat of the table, we'll use the federal government. It's majority woke. Let's be real. There's only very few, politicians and institutions. I think, really, the only institution I could think of is the Supreme Court. That's a bit more balanced. It's not exactly in favor of one or the other. But for the most part, the federal government has mostly wokies at the seat of the table. The people who aren't woke, I don't think their voices are really heard.
Of near parity, where they can actually start to really sway the table, or have they taken the thing over? And it outlines what you're dealing with in each of those situations, how they will behave, which will change. They will be much more ingratiating when they are few, and much more...
Something I'll never allow any editor to do is tell me to change a plot point. And any editor that tries to say something like X character is gay is getting fired. Nice. Honestly, when it comes to plot points, it's like, on one hand, sometimes a plot point could use, some refinement, but an absolute revision of it, it's like, okay, that might be going a little bit too far. And by a little bit too far, I mean going way too far.
Tyrannical when they are many, and it will switch. And so he outlines that. He also outlines strategies for dealing with each of those 3 situations. So you might want to take a look at that, because it's not the same. It's a lot easier to deal with it's not easy to deal with these people at all, but it's a lot easier to deal with a complaining minority than it is to deal with a tyrannical majority. And finally,
true.
If they have that power, they're going to use it to demand every seat in the room, or control over everything that goes on in the institution. At which point you're basically hosed. You would have to mount a counterinsurgency to get them out. It will be very difficult. You're going to need something pretty hardcore to make that succeed in a corporation. It's going to have to be like a
Hardcore.
vote of no trust or a violation of fiduciary responsibility. An owner who goes rogue and decides to just try to like clean house the hard way. I mean, it's not going to be pretty.
Kablooey.
By the time that they have majority control, you can basically write off that institution. Their goal in general, it's kind of like a vampire. A vampire, you know, as the myth goes, attacks a target and either turns it into another vampire or just kills it. So for the woke, it doesn't really matter which one they do. If they can turn an institution to be a woke institution that generates more wokeness until it spends down all of its accumulated capital, whether that's material capital or whether it's social capital, they will spend that capital down until it's gone.
That's what happened with Blizzard. That, like, I don't know why. You know, I have a feeling Blizzard probably lied about the retail WoW numbers to make it seem like, oh, Dragonflight was great, when I had a hard time finding groups for you know, high keys when I was still playing. No doubt, I think, and also, you know, people were doomsaying, like myself, people were doomsaying Dragonflight as well, which actually was the case. A lot of people kind of left the game in Dragonflight, especially people like me, because of the wokeness. So I have a feeling they're probably, you know, combining some numbers from both, you know, retail, Classic Plus, and, you know, Classic Wrath, or I think it's like Classic Cataclysm now. I'm just going to combine, you know, Classic into like that. Basically, they're combining numbers in that regard. I don't think it's actually indicative of retail WoW itself. I think out of all of them, I think retail WoW probably has the smallest player base out of all of them. But yeah, Blizzard has certainly been an institution that has been affected by wokeness quite a bit, even though they themselves are still doing a lot of you know, bad things.
At which point it'll die anyway. But if they can't turn it, they'll kill it. If they can, because anything not woke is fascist in their mind and has to be destroyed and deserves to be destroyed. So what do you do?
That can also apply to lore as well. Like that's what a lot of people have kind of felt when it came to the Warhammer 40k controversy about what was it? I forget the race that is like, oh, there's females for it now. I forget the name, but yeah, this is the shit that Blizzard has been doing for a long time now, at least since Dragonflight. Some would say Shadowlands, but I disagree. Dragonflight is where it really started. Female custodians. Gotcha. Thank you, Pickle.
If they're demanding every seat in the room, it's probably too late. Those things need to be basically discredited, abandoned, and a parallel institution is going to have to be made that's smarter from the outset, that can stop this progression. But this progression of entryism into institutions where this kind of thing is how they could take over, whether that's a club, like I said, whether it's a department, whether it's a conference or an organization, is going to start by demanding access, then demanding accommodation. That's where the inclusion, belonging, welcoming language is going to start working its way in. They're going to have to make special policies to accommodate people who really get to choose subjectively when they're offended or when something's out of line.
Yeah, they tend to do that a lot too. It's like, if it's, generally speaking, I know it might sound like I'm projecting here, but I'm really not. It's like, if something is, it's like, okay, it's like, it's not exactly woke, but I like it, so it's fine that it's not woke, which that's kind of rare. But I know for me, it's like, I understand that it's like, I don't want Guilty Gear to become woke. I really don't. But I also recognize that Arc System Works, at least its North American branch, is woke.
And if you're at that stage, you're already in trouble. That should be your big first, I mean, the first red flag, but it's not a big one, is when they're demanding anything. And if they come off as activists and they're like, we need to be there, blah, blah, blah. That's a red flag. But your first really big red flag is when they start demanding accommodation. Oh, you let us in, but now you've got to change stuff for us. The line really needs to be drawn there as often as possible. Try not to let them have a seat at the table, because the next demand is for access to the power structure. The next after that is a demand to control the power structure, and the final demand is to control the entire thing. And so, one more time, demand access, demand accommodation, demand a seat at the table, demand to control the table, demand every seat in the room. And that's exactly how these infiltrations take place. That's exactly how they develop. And you've got to be able to recognize as these stages are progressing, and you've got to be able to take steps to push backwards. You want it to be where they're demanding access and struggling to get it, frankly. Because once you get the stuff in, it's very, very hard to get out. The big line, like I said, one last time, so important to understand, is once they start demanding accommodation, which means special changes in policy to accommodate their views, their sensibilities, their subjective feelings, and so on, you better be ready to say no hard. Tell them that if they're welcome to stay if they can tolerate that, and they can see themselves to the door if not. And if they continue to be a problem or try to generate a splinter, you better have a game plan in order to get them out and get rid of them.
You're fired! That's the game plan.
Because they will be divisive. Then you can expect the complaints and the attacks from the outside, the bad press, the PR, the whole messy thing. So it's not fun. It's not good.
Alrighty, so that's the end of that video. Once again, I will be right back. Gotta grab me another drink. Another little visit to the little Clementine's room. Enjoy the music. Okay, Scurvy is back. We're going to take it to a little bit of an intermission segment here. Because I also need to get my view count up. Scurvy is not happy at 2 viewers. Let's see. I'm just going to send another little reminder. Doing a little intermission segment before the last one. So I just sent another little reminder. I'm also going to send another reminder to this one. Streaming. Doing a little intermission segment before the final segment. Okay, so for this little intermission segment, it's not going to be too long, but I mainly want to ask you guys, maybe you understand our enemy a little bit better. You know, Marxists. Them. I'm joking, YouTube. I'm joking, YouTube. But, anyways, hopefully you guys been learning more and more about how our enemies think, whether it's from the past or from the present. Hopefully, you also understand what needs to be done. If there's any federal agents watching this, I'm just, joking around. It's a classic Eric Cartman quote. But, it's simple. All you just need to do is tell these people no. Tell these people, no, you do not belong here. Fuck off. That is perfectly reasonable. You are allowed to tell woke-tards to fuck off. They do not belong in a given community, because what they want to do is they want to subvert it and change it so that way it sucks. Need I point to Blizzard Entertainment as an example for this? I know I keep ripping on Blizzard a lot, even though I'm a Hearthstone junkie. But at the same time, I do possess the awareness of what's going on at the company. But man, oh man. Is it me, or are wokies probably the most dumb form of communism? At least in the past, communists were a lot more subversive in their destruction of civilizations. But now, they're just saying the most dumbest of bullshit, and people are falling for it hook, line, and sinker. I know the smarter communists, or Marxists, if you want to put it that way, in the university, they're the university professors who teach the fucking idiots that surround us in this Soyciety that we live in. They teach it to those people, and then those people just kind of spread it around everywhere on the internet. Good lord. And we have to listen to their verbal diarrhea. Oh man. What a time we live in, people. What a fucking time we live in. Alrighty, I think I rambled long enough. Let's get to our last segment here. This is a video from What If Alt Hist? The Coming Population Crash. So, let me just take a quick swig of water. So, the inevitable phenomena that happens under, like, any Marxist bullshit is population decline. And we're seeing this here in the West because of the proliferation of feminism, which is, if you ask me, is based off of Marxist principle. So automatically, I don't like it.
In our day and age, we isolate ourselves from history. Anything that happened before World War II might as well have never occurred. The problem that naturally comes from this is that the social vocabulary that our civilization has to understand the issues that we're facing now, or will face in the future, is quite limited. For example, we're ruled by a social class, which I have said in previous videos, effectively worships the religion of progress. They hold progress in such esteem, since if you only look at recent historical periods, progress seems obvious. One of the ideas that I've recently come to terms with is that everywhere on this earth has been a video game map where the game has been playing forever. Even in areas that were formed
That's an interesting observation. Let's continue.
as civilizations relatively recently, like America, where the Europeans only showed up a few hundred years ago, the native tribes have been fighting for millennia beforehand, coloring the hills red in their tribal warfare, which often kills 40% of the male population each generation. Once I learned that the reason birds sing is to announce their presence to mates and to mark their territory against competitors, the world suddenly seemed really different. The thing is that once you get earlier in time than our current modern era, you find vast population collapses are pretty common. Even if you just go back to the 17th century, which is...
Yeah, that is pretty true. Compared to now, you know, humans aren't on every corner of the globe. Especially in, like, 1644.
isn't that far by historic standards. Some historians think the world's population collapsed by 1/3. The known world's population crashed by half in the 14th or 6th centuries. You find that the world's population crashing by 1/3 happens pretty frequently over history, or realistically roughly every 300 years. You can find even more horrible examples from time if you want to scroll through history, like the Native Americans losing 90% of their population to European colonialism, or the genocide of 90% of the native population.
Fun fact, the builders of Stonehenge are genetically much closer to modern Italians/Sardinians than Brits today. The Aryans genocided 90% of the local population. Holy shit.
Of Northern Europe during the Aryan conquests 4,000 years ago. I've been wanting to make a video on the history of population collapse for a very long time now. The scary thing now is that there's no way to avoid the coming population crash of the 21st century. In sheer numbers, this population
10 times the deaths sound insane until you see this chart. Holy fucking shit. Yeah, I think a lot of that population collapse in the West, it's gonna be the end result of all this Marxist bullshit that has been going on. And it's probably gonna be, you know, not from a foreign adversary. The blood is not gonna be on a foreign adversary. It's gonna be on our own hands.
Population crash will be easily
Thank you,
10 times the
wokists.
size of any of the previous ones in history. The thing is that this sounds impossible and overly dramatic, but the reality is that there's no way this can't happen. Looking at statistics, it is physically impossible that the world's population in 2100 is not at least half of what it is now, or collapses to 1/3 or even less of the current rate are pretty possible. That's big talk, but let me back it up. Civilization from... There's a random guy in Denmark who believes that we can save our civilization from destruction by developing an incentive system that encourages structural changes against corruption. He's created a mathematical algorithm that scores organizations based on how corrupt they are. He's a What If Altist fan and showed me his algorithms. And
honestly, usually I skip sponsorships, but I think this one might actually be important. I don't use this myself for disclosure, but this is interesting.
This stuff is super cool, and you guys should check it out, and we live in an age in which corruption is increasing, and I think something like this is necessary. We just have to reward organizations with good scores by buying their products or voting for them, because if we do that to all organizations...
Wait, let's go back. The number 3 worst is the FBI. Goes to show how much people like the fucking FBI. The Federal Reserve. Yep, people don't like that either. The CDC, that also makes sense. Why it's at number 7. Yep, I could see why. Especially with all the pandemic bullshit. Same with the NHS and the BBC. As for Indian Railway, what Indian Railways? Do those even exist? And the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. What? I'm confused by that. Holy shit.
Or voting for them, because if we do that to all organizations so they compete with a good...
Our political parties! Worst NGOs. Number 2, the Democratic Party. Number 3, the Republican Party. Let's be real. The Republicans, for the most part, are controlled opposition, especially the milquetoast ones.
Good score, and how you get a good score from the algorithm, and that's by...
The Walt Disney Company. I know I'm cherry picking, kind of. Because I don't know what this company is. I don't know what this one is. I can't read Japanese for the life of me. And I don't know... I could sound it out, but I don't know what it means. The French one. I know what these are.
By implementing structural change against corruption. We already do this for ESG, so why not for something different? More than 7,000 organizations have been analyzed already. The name of the tool is MyStick, and you can use it for free. MyStick has one downside. It can only work when a lot of people use it. Its creator already knows this, but he sponsored this video anyway because he believes that your hands and a stick are enough to get the snowball rolling. So grab MyStick and let's hit...
Back to the video.
Part 1. A Childless Future. For every 100 Koreans alive today, there will be...
Ooh, South Korea in particular. I know North Korea has its own population problems, but that's because it's in a fucking tyrannical regime. But South Korea's population decline, honestly, I find it so interesting that women have just become so liberal. Meanwhile, the guys, if you think, the divide among American men becoming more conservative and, American women becoming more liberal is bad, take a look at South Korea. Oh, and I'm gonna get the pickle in on this. I'm watching mentions the 4B movement in South Korea. Oh, man, the pickle and I have had plenty of talks about the bullshit of the 4B movement. Oh boy. And the 4B feminists, they're in government. They're in fucking government now. As they have been for a long time.
4 at the end of this century. The thing is that those are the trajectories now. The scary thing as well is that the numbers have continued.
Ironically, what's happening with the birth rate is what climate activists expect to happen to the climate, and that most computer models say that global warming won't be disastrous with a relative but not fatal warming. That being said, climate activists think that we will hit tipping points which will exponentially increase the level of warming beyond what any of our computer models could predict. This is what happened to the birth rate, where we hit a tipping point where it crashed exponentially. We're hysterical about one of these and not the other, while one has hit that tipping point. But unlike the climate will never hit that tipping point. Because things just keep, the planet just keeps getting colder. Not by much, but we're now starting to see that, glacial ice is actually starting to grow, not lessen. But when it comes to population, climate activists say less children is a good thing because they firmly believe that children cause climate change, whatever climate change means. So what you're saying, if we're going by what's actually happening right now, are you saying that more children will help make the world colder? Seems like it to me. I don't mind a colder world. I like the cold.
Continually gone down faster than we expected for the last 50 years. The birth rate has been crashing faster than any computer model has been able to predict before. This sort of thing is statistically incredibly rare and means that some underlying assumption of our worldview is wrong. That's very scary. I would recommend reading the book Empty Planet by Bricker and Ibbotson. It covers the entire world and what their population collapse is looking like. The scary thing is that this trend is hitting every single population in the world, and as said before, is occurring obscenely quickly. For example, just 15 years ago, almost all countries in the world had sustainable birth rates, including America. Now almost no countries, including in places like India, Latin America, Southeast Asia, or the Middle East, have stable birth rates.
God damn. Holy fucking shit. When even the more poorer countries of the world are having problems with their birth rates, you know something's up.
The only large place with a replaceable birth rate is Africa at this point. The other thing is that these numbers are going down so quickly, even in the poorest African countries, that I expect in 15 years, at the current levels, no countries in the world will have stable birth rates. The other
where women are having fewest children. Cyprus, Taiwan, South Korea, Andorra, Puerto Rico, Thailand, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Poland, Moldova, Japan. Doesn't surprise me that Japan is suffering this, but Cyprus? I know Cyprus is an island nation, but holy shit. Same with Taiwan. I wonder. South Korea doesn't surprise me. I think out of all the developed world, South Korea has the most issues. And then Poland, and then... So wait, no, then Japan, then Poland.
Horrifying thing is these numbers aren't stabilizing anywhere. In the countries where they're lowest, like Confucian East Asia, they just keep on crashing continuously. In Korea or China, they're currently at a quarter of what sustainable rates would be. These statistics result in absurd situations. For example, last year, the nation of Ethiopia had nearly as many babies born as the entire European Union combined. 20 years down the road, what kind of world does that create? The shocking thing as well is that this is an issue that the major governments of the developed world haven't really been able to recognize at all. Like, it's absolutely absurd. For most countries in the developed world, this is basically national extinction, but their politicians argue over minutia, like whether there are 64 genders or giving aid money to some far-off foreign war in a different continent.
Yeah, honestly... But honestly... Why would they talk about this problem? What benefit does it have? This is something else about just like, communism in general. The goal is they don't want more people. They want the workers to basically exhaust themselves to death.
I think a lot of people don't treat this as real. The modern world changes so quickly that it's easy to think that some breakthrough will occur that will result in us being able to escape these intractable demographic issues. The scary thing, though, is that
And then you also have stuff with, like, the fact that women are getting married in their fucking middle 30s. It's like, oh, I'm too young to be married in my 20s. And then you have fucking stupid divorce laws that are also pushed by Marxists. You have a lot of problems with the women mainly. As for the guys, well, this is what happens when the water supply is basically contaminated with fucking birth control. That and the fact that most men are simpier than ever, probably, low T.
The birth rate has kept declining for over a century, with a short hiccup with the baby boomers. Even if we theoretically had a baby boom now, it wouldn't be enough to offset the decline, and at most it would push this crisis back another generation. 30 years in historic terms isn't that much. When you see these crashing birth rates, keep in mind that this is the future. There will come a time when that ever-shrinking number is our entire society. Hey everybody, please humor me for a shameless one. Considering human's countryside. Something like this has never happened at this scale before in human history. Although there have been parallels on smaller scales, I've talked about this in many previous videos, and notably the one about decadence. Decadence is a normal historic process that occurs in every major civilization.
And I will also say this, we have accelerated decadence to such a point. And also, you could thank the communists for that. You could thank the Marxists for that. It's all part of their grand design. And even then, they are the ones to tell you that they're not living a decadent lifestyle, when in reality, they are the most decadent people on Earth.
Whether the Greeks, Romans, Indians, Muslims, Chinese, or 18th century Europe. Authors since the Bible or Herodotus have been writing about decadence. It involves the breakdown of shared values, intellectual honesty, ability to...
Shared values. That's a big one too. Communists don't like that. They don't want everybody in the country to be united under consistent principles. No, they don't like that. How else are they going to try and get in power if everybody is not divided?
Fight, unity between the classes, or the society's ability to function on any given level. Decadence is caused by societies becoming so wealthy that people don't need to struggle to improve themselves, so the society grows weak. Crashes...
That's true, but there's also people out there who outright say, you don't need to change yourself. There's a lot of older women tell this shit to younger women, but we're also seeing weak men tell other men who have the potential to become strong men. It's like, it's okay to be weak. It's okay to stay weak. Now, my response to that, it's okay to be weak, but it's never okay to stay weak.
Crashes in birth rates are a universal symptom of decadence. When Will Durant, one of the greatest historians ever... was asked what was
That's
the
a
thing
giant
that
text
killed
wall
the
that I
Greeks or
just kind of
Romans,
read.
He said it was a collapsing birth rate. Islam, 1,000 years ago, was a secular, urban, scientific society, and then those people had no kids. The Turkish barbarians and religious fundamentalists succeeded in Islam, and Islam has been incredibly religious for the 1,000 years since as a reaction against this. Emperor Augustus's Rome was panicking as the Roman elite weren't breeding, as the government created policies to encourage the birth rate. In 19th century France, the first people in Europe to secularize, they saw their birth rate crash, which resulted in the British and the Germans outcompeting them over the next century. My researcher a couple years ago did a project in the factors which promulgate in having a stable birth rate. He found that it was predicted by two things. Every society with these two factors will have a stable birth rate, and any society that does not have them won't. If a society is rural and religious, it will have a stable birth rate. If it's secular or urban, it won't. The thing is...
That's also true. There's a reason why people there's a reason why Marxists try to push people into the cities. The World Economic Forum. Smart cities. 15-minute cities.
Is every rural society in history is religious and every urban society is secular. So really we're looking at the same factor. A rural society will survive while urban ones won't. This is a pattern which has followed for all of history. In the ancient or medieval worlds, the cities couldn't reproduce while the countryside did. For example, the cities of Italy in the 1st century BC were majority Middle Eastern ancestry, while the countryside was ethnically Italian. Modern Italians have almost no Middle Eastern ancestry since the cities didn't reproduce. worse. Constantinople, once it became a city-state that lost its hinterland with the Byzantine Empire, really fell apart as a society, since even in the Middle Ages, a city was a demographic sink, which was dependent upon the countryside to reproduce. This also holds for religion.
Hold on, I will be right back. I will put on a different song, though. I am back. Let's see. Let's see, still streaming. Let's get back to the video.
Greco-Roman civilization was one of the most agnostic of
Egypt.
the pre-modern world, since its elites were urban. The Middle Ages were a much more complicated society than we give them credit for, and even back then, the cities had a reputation for...
Hold on. Everything you know about the Middle Ages is wrong. Bathing was common, witchcraft wasn't viewed as a real thing by the church. They invented modern science and the scientific method. The church was the biggest funder of science. Large parts of the Middle Ages had higher social mobility than today. It wasn't insane to become a noble as a commoner. It was the most technologically advanced society... It was the most technologically advanced society in history up to its point. The Romans or Chinese beat them in some things, but medieval Europe was advanced in weapons, sailing, agriculture, machinery, science, physics, philosophy, economics. They had a highly advanced economic system with banking, bankers, and a stock market. Atheism was not an abnormal philosophical position. Atheists took over the Italian universities in the 1300s. Interesting. Honestly, probably should put some footnotes in there.
Gnosticism, or not being a good place to raise a family. The British elite stayed religious over the 18th and 19th centuries, while France went agnostic, since the British elite was rural and the French was urban. Once Britain became an urban society in the mid-19th century, it stopped being religious. These trends do take a few generations to play out. For example, the Middle East urbanized in the late 20th century, and devotion to Islam has been in a nosedive over the last decade.
Allah, 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 Durka, 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 Durka. Iran's secular shift. New survey reveals huge changes in religious beliefs. When it comes to Zoroastrianism, that's what the Persians believed in. But yeah, it's still an Islamic shithole, unfortunately. It's gonna be a while.
Fun side note, I've seen a lot of analysts say that the rise of TikTok is the thing which is destroying faith in Islam today. In rural communities, human societies operate largely under Dunbar's number of 130, which is the number of people the human brain can process and actually know their character. Dunbar's number is fascinating in that the average size of a corporation, a church, a Roman centurion, a military brigade, or almost all types of human organization cluster around 130 people, or Dunbar's number. The thing is, once you get past Dunbar's number, the society can't assess the moral level of people or police their actions socially. In a farming town in 19th century America, a medieval village, a village in the ancient Middle East, or rural India today, everyone knows everyone else. A woman can't get pregnant with the children of multiple men without social recriminations and shaming. A scam artist or...
That's a big thing, too. Why do you... like, when it comes to shame, Marxists are not a big fan of shame. They really do like being able to participate in whatever degeneracy they like. Oy vey.
Habitual criminal will eventually have their reputation destroyed. The governance, although this system does have very obvious negatives, is done by a local feudal lord, village elders, or parish priest who know the characters of everyone involved. Once you get larger than that, it's impossible to police people's actions. This either makes it difficult to get people to cooperate in tragedy of the commons situations, like waging war, maintaining social standards, or social trust. Furthermore, everything becomes lonelier and more difficult since you can't rely on communities. It also wouldn't surprise me if we evolved to have a switch to not breed when population density gets too high for obvious reasons. Pre-industrial societies largely got around these issues since the populations of cities weren't replaceable, thus most of the inhabitants of cities were people socialized and from the countryside. So if you want to look at demographics and social structure from the perspective of cities versus countryside, you would see that in the pre-industrial world, the demographics of every developed society in the world were 90% rural.
The 90 rural 10 urban principle works in a tremendous amount of pre-industrial societies. It's true for all of Chinese history pre-1900, all of French history pre-industrialization, ancient Rome, and literally any other pre-industrial society that's not super primitive
and 10% urban. The sort of society that this would create would be a large religious, rural majority population that would provide social stability, but was also credulous, simple-minded, and bigoted. The thing is that we humans didn't...
Hey, nothing wrong with being bigoted or whatnot. Though them small towns worked the way they did because, well, they fucking worked.
Evolved to live in cities. We are biologically the exact same as the hunter-gatherers who lived 100,000 years ago, who lived in intact...
Correct. That's why it's such a... It is a bad thing whenever Marxists, feminists, or them tell women that it's okay to have sex with a bunch of random guys. It's not going to do anything to you.
Small tribal communities where they would probably never see more than 300 people in their whole lives. Majority urban societies are incredibly recent, with the first ever being Britain in 1850. This is also why social study after social study keeps on finding that the strength of social bonds and community are so important to health and happiness. When humans were evolving, if you weren't part of a good tribe, you'd just die, so our brains exist to prioritize community. Then, over the pre-industrial world, you had the 10% who lived in cities and were generating new ideas. This 10% in certain societies were able to create more agnostic social structures as they had disproportionate power. This would be especially true in societies where the farmers lived inside the town and worked in the fields outside town. That would explain the free thinking of city-state cultures like ancient Greece or the Italian Renaissance, where the farmers were also town dwellers, thus blurring the lines between city and countryside. As well as this, in societies where there was a centralized urban elite, like the European Enlightenment, Sung China, or the Islamic Golden Age, you saw similar results. These would be aberrations against the norm of stable religious conservatism, where the rural 90% would dominate the culture. This 90% would create a general level of social stability, so that the periodic rebellion...
So, when it comes down to, societies like this that we see here, obviously, I don't think we're going to be going back like that far in the past when societal collapse happens. I don't think we're gonna go back to the Stone Age. I have a feeling we're probably gonna be going back to like the 1800s, like at the very least. But hey, once again, if we do live like this, you know exactly who to blame. I hope you've got that message throughout this whole stream.
Of the urban 10% wouldn't destroy the culture. On the other hand, the demographics of the industrial world are largely 90% urban and 10% rural, or ironically the direct inversion of agrarian pre-industrial demographic norms. What would a society with the opposite social structure look like? Rather than religious conservatism being the norm, agnostic urbanity is. This would create a society that would be remarkably creative in the short term. However,
oh yeah, Marxists are not a fan of religion. They also tend to be the type of atheists that I despise. The Reddit atheist.
it would be incapable of reproducing and would also lose the ability to maintain any social standards. For a few generations, said society would see the most rapid progress in human history. Then, after the social traditions and standards of the agrarian era would erode, you would see complete civilizational collapse. The birth rate wouldn't be able to sustain itself and the society would crash into complete decadence. Keep in mind, in pre-industrial societies which were 90% rural, such as the Roman Empire, Abbasid, Islam, Babylon, l'Ancien Regime France, or Sung China, faced really bad decadence. So what would the decadence of a 90% urban society where no one's scared of starving look like? You would see a breakdown of law and order, the formation of families, the ability to wage war, traditional belief structures, and basically any form of group cooperation. This is literally what's happening to our society. The most advanced nations in the world are pushing
the whole defund the police shit, pushed by Marxists. Wanna know why? Makes it easier for them to control people. And people fell for that line, hook, line, and sinker.
Pushing degrowth. I have no idea how defund the police helps black people, who often live in dangerous places, who really do need the police. Furthermore, how
when it comes to the police, right? By the time I get a gun, or multiple, I don't need the cops. But the cops are gonna have a problem with me when I defend myself against a bunch of Antifa thugs who are more than happy to try to take my life from me because I disagree with them.
defund the police.
Defund MPD. Oh my god. Might be from my state.
Policies have been pushed in countries that don't really have black people or well-armed polices, such as Australia, North Europe, or East Asia. However,
defunding the police and abolishing prisons in Australia are not radical ideas. Oh, Australia. That's not a good idea. Your populace don't have guns. They banned guns in Australia. And so, what happens, oh god damn it, what a fault his. Have you been looking at Venus ads? Anyways, jokes aside, oh boy. Yeah, that country had some of the worst first world lockdown bullshit, probably behind Germany, or did I mix that up? Australia had it really bad. Australia was like easily the worst, and then Germany easily.
However, for the comfortable city dwellers who want to abdicate any social standards, getting rid of the police means there's no external standards that they can be forcibly.
Marxist activists. Same thing happened with Japan too. The people who protested BLM in Japan, bunch of fucking Marxists. They didn't really get many voices, though, thank goodness.
held to. Oswald Spengler was a brilliant historical thinker who developed a theory of how civilizations rise and fall. One of the most important points of his work, and a point he kept on returning back to, is that once a population becomes urbanized, it loses the character and soul which made that civilization. The soul of the civilization comes from the earth and nature around which it formed. As the society removes itself from the land, it can apply itself on a larger scale, but it becomes mechanical and artificial. That artificiality isn't sustainable, and then the civilization goes into
a Clockwork Orange. So, hold on. I don't want to get the definition of this term wrong, so I'm just going to look it up real quick. Let's see. From the author of A Clockwork Orange. When a man cannot choose, he sees... Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing a bunch of shit for things that don't matter, but A Clockwork Orange basically means, it's something synthetic. It's not an orange. It's a synthetic orange. Once again, it's not an orange. A real orange.
The decline. The great depressing irony is that looking at the strengths and weaknesses of urban or rural societies over history, you can see that our reality perfectly matches the hypothetical scenario. We are a majority urban society which, after its brief burst of incredible growth, is now seeing its population and social collapse. Part 3. Mouse Utopia.
What If Alt Hiss has a really good video about Mouse Utopia. We'll probably watch it in another episode. I'm not sure when. If it pops up, it will pop up. But this part is pretty important to understand just how bad things are going to get.
I'm going to keep this section.
Honestly, something else too. Mouse Utopia, this is what Marxists ultimately want society to become. And arguably, we might already be living in Mouse Utopia. Most people aren't having kids these days. Feminism is running rampant. There's not really many good women in the West. And a lot of the good men from the West, they're moving overseas. Idea. Canada housing crisis and Trudeau handling of it. Well, So I understand where you're coming from, but I'm not Canadian myself, so I'm not exactly primed on issues that are happening in Canada that aren't also happening in the U.S. But honestly, it's the housing. I could talk about the housing crisis here in the U.S. I brought it up a few times, not tonight, but in other streams. Is there something similar with BlackRock buying up all the homes in Canada like there is in the U.S.?
Short, since I've already made a long video detailing it in much greater depth. Ironically, a very large part of this channel has spent dozens of hours basically detailing different angles of two different crises we are facing as a world or civilization today. The first of which is the political crisis, or why I think America and much of the rest of the world are on the verge of a major war or political collapse.
It's gonna be a pretty bad collapse. I don't think it's going to be necessarily a civil war, because if a civil war were to break out, the right would easily win that one. The left does not like guns. Let's see. The basic small home in Vancouver... Whoa, what? The basic small home in Vancouver is 2 million Canadian dollars? Oh my god. That's a real fucking problem right there. Oh my god. Your government really doesn't want you to own a home. They want you to be a rentoid for the rest of your life. Get out of Canada if you can, dude.
Then there is the demographic collapse, which we will see play out for the rest of this century, which is attached to psychological issues. I've called this the psychological Black Death in previous videos. It's easy.
Oh, wouldn't you know? Sorry for pausing again, but wouldn't you know? Marxists are pretty damn good at, they're pretty damn good at instilling a bunch of mental illnesses in people. Sorry. Their whole MO is to instill panic in people. That's how they convince them to become Marxists. Especially when it comes to elementary school teachers. Like, they're the ones who say, oh, there's all these different problems in the world and you can't do anything about it. That's exactly how Greta Thunberg became as crazy as she is. You're from the US. Gotcha. Maybe you have family in Canada or something? I know I do. I've never been to Canada, and I don't think that family is in Canada. Thank God.
Easy to forget that these two independent crises, which I believe would happen without the other, are hitting us at the same time. Mouse Utopia was an experiment in the 60s and 70s where they put 9 mice into a cage that could hold 6,000 mice. They gave them perfect conditions for population growth. There was infinite food, a lot of space, no disease, and a good climate. They ran this experiment 30 times and got the same results for each time. The population skyrocketed to 2,000, which is, again, 1/3 of the carrying capacity, and then the mouse social structure broke down. The male mice became effeminate while the female mice became masculine. The mice stopped interacting socially, with a lot becoming autistic. The mouse...
Well, autistic in terms of characteristics, not literally autistic as in the neurological disorder. In terms of Mouse Utopia or whatnot, a lot of what happened there, it's like, we are seeing reflections of it, though I don't think mice have any sense of what Marxism is. I don't think that's in their wiring, but goddamn, Mouse Utopia is quite the predictor of what's to come. No, I was suggesting you say something about the housing market crisis in general. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I mention it in passing because it is quite the prevalent issue. Well, okay, let me rephrase it. I mention it quite a bit on the streams because it is such a prevalent issue, but I don't think I can make a dedicated stream just about housing because that could get kind of boring. I mean, I could certainly do a segment on a video about like the housing crisis or an article. Absolutely, but a whole stream, it's like, I'm not sure if my audience is primarily realtors. Anyways, let's keep going.
Social system totally broke down, as there were gangs of violent mice who would kill those who continued to breed. The mouse birth rate crashed precipitously, as each time the mouse colony completely died out. Doesn't this sound eerily similar to what's going on in our world? The Mouse Utopia experiment has haunted me ever since I read it. I know it's possible.
I feel you on that, what if autist. And learning about it is just like, holy shit. What I've learned, I'm fucking dreading what's to come. I really am.
To discount an experiment run by some guy in the 60s, but the thing is that this is the only paradigm that explains a lot of the weirdness of our society. We are the first era in history which wants to commit civilizational suicide. The first era where the birth rate has crashed to the degree it has. A large part of the West is literally pushing degrowth and mass immigration.
Marxists and the World Economic Forum love pushing for the depopulation bullshit, when in reality, more people is a good thing. And then not to mention, it's like, you want mass immigration to occur, so that also is going to cause like a shit ton of stability issues in the country. Oh, can't really say that on YouTube. Look, I'm not opposed to legal and controlled immigration, but the craziness that we're seeing on the border... It's like I mentioned this to Dr. Fourth Wall last week. The border wall in the U.S., it's no longer about keeping people out. It's about keeping people in. while letting a bunch of migrants just go in there and cause havoc. Not all the migrants do that. I understand. But a lot of them do.
For the literal purpose of replacing the current population. We are the society which has the strongest feminism and most effeminate men ever. Nothing like it has been...
I paused it at the femboy frame. Ah, damn, that guy cute. But, oh boy, got me acting up a little. But anyways, enough gay shit aside. It's like, holy shit. He cannot be... He is right. He is absolutely right. A lot of guys these days are simps. They probably act more feminine than this femboy right here, not gonna lie. At least this femboy might be able to say no to a woman. He won't be able to say no to me if you catch my drift. Basically, oh man, I see this a lot in the bar, where there's a lot of just like fucking simps who are scared to challenge a woman in what she says. And not gonna lie, this guy right here that you're seeing probably has more testosterone than the fucking football player that goes to my school, who's scared to question his woman on anything. Meanwhile, I'm over here just insulting that chick. Just calling her many names in the book because, well, it's probably applicable to her, albeit in a joking manner. And, you know, he's going, oh my god, I can't believe you said that about her. Oh my god. And I'm over here just like, I don't give a shit. Yeah, the guy who's like, oh my god, why would you say that? It's like, listen, if my chick were to be insulted, the thing that I would do, the masculine thing, would be, it's like, I would say a witty retort. I would say, hey, does that apply to me too? Or just something like that. Something silly, something stupid to ease the mood. Anyways, I'm pretty sure you guys are kind of done looking at this. I could look at this for hours, but I'm joking.
Seen before in history, but it can all be explained.
Thank you,
by
Waterfall
mass utopia. I was watching my friend Homath's YouTube
Heyo, shout out to Homath. Go give him a sub. He makes good shit.
channel, and he showed a video of how in Korea they have something called the 4B movement. What that effectively means is that Korean women will stop having children, any kind of relationships, speaking with, or sex.
Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm gonna leave it on this screen. I want you guys to read this thoroughly. And I mean this, I want you guys to read this thoroughly. I'm gonna play the music though. Just to let you know, I will be right back. Okay, I am back. Hopefully you guys read the definition of that 2B movement quite well. So, oh hey Compa, how's it going? I embracing my schizo side, since it seems to make more and more sense in our crazy world we live in right now. Dude, I feel you on that. I have been embracing my schizo and my drunk side. But let's see, the four B's, or four no's. Four no's, huh? No sex with men. Bisexu. No child rearing. Chulsan. No dating men. Yone. No marriage with men. Hori. Goddamn, Korean bitches, am I right? I'm fucking crazy, dude. The fact that the 4B movement is really prevalent among women in South Korea, it's fucking crazy. No wonder why their population is declining, but also the men are fucking sick of it. The men are absolutely fucking sick of the 4B movement in Korea. They don't like that it has such a strong hold on the government, and they don't like that the women don't want to do any of these things. The Korean women are A-okay with letting their civilization die.
With men. This is terrifying because it just proves the Mouse Utopia paradigm. Only through Mouse Utopia can you explain a population which has lost any desire to reproduce, or who view reproduction as disgusting. Another scary thing is that the American group.
It's the women who view reproduction as something disgusting. The men in South Korea want to have a family. Thank you for censoring that. My life is not your corn. Funny. But it's like, in what world does that make sense? That's not how a good man views a good woman. A good man views a good woman as an additive to his life. And for her, a good man is also supposed to be an additive to her life. Like, the whole point is a good man and a good woman, they get together and they rear the next generation of good people.
Girl who made a TikTok explaining this approved of the 4Bs and was cheering on Korean women for.
And she doesn't understand. That woman in that video that Homath was talking about, she does not understand just how devastating the 4B movement has been to Korean culture. She's probably Korean herself. I wouldn't be surprised. Kind of looks like one. But, yeah, like what Sheffo said. This is a bunch of cattle following a cult that tried to sacrifice a fairy of children. Not wrong about that. Wanted you know, Marxists are also a fan of sacrifice.
Their entire nation.
Human sacrifice.
I assess the accuracy of my predictions every few years to compare what I thought would happen to reality. I find I had a bias against nihilism, and that I did not predict accurately.
Oh, God! Dude, what if all this? What the fuck? Why are you showing some chick with zipper tits? Oh, I knew we'd get an eye workout at least one time tonight.
How suicidally nihilistic our society or the lefts would get. The 4Bs was something once I knew about the Mouse Utopia experiment that I knew in the back of my mind I would start seeing. It's shocking to actually get there though. I put it in the same.
Dude, I also agree. I also agree that it's so shocking. I didn't think this. I thought my problem of not being able to get a girlfriend when I was 18, I didn't think it would be so bad for so many people. I really didn't think that. Compa, the reason why I don't even seek out relationships anymore is fear. I'm not afraid to admit this. Women are just too draining and don't give anything back. Definitely very nihilistic. Compa, I understand 100% what you're going through. I know for me, because I'm pretty young, and, once again, kind of back in the college system or whatnot, it kind of does give me a little bit of, I wouldn't say hope, but at least something. I don't know what that feeling is, though. Still kind of figuring that out. But, let's see. Oh yeah, there we go. Chat's all caught up with.
Same mental bracket as the hikikomori, or the Japanese shut-ins who refuse to work, socialize, or be members of society. I predicted there would be a Western version, and now we have the NEETs, which stands for...
Yeah. I think there is a difference between the hikikomori and NEET, is that I think the NEET is a lot more capable of actually, like, doing, like, learning skills. They might not be in education, employment, or training, but they are learning stuff. Like, especially if they're listening to people like Better Bachelor, or hell, even Undead Chronic, but especially Better Bachelor or Aaron Clary. Although NEET is also a Japanese term. And that's also true, Pickle.
Not in employment, training, or education. The thing that scares me about Mass Utopia is that it's the perfect logical endpoint of the chain of argument I went through before, of what a majority urban population would end up like. The guy who ran the Mass Utopia experiment, after running various versions of it 30 times, came to the conclusion that the driving variable for Mass Utopia was the crowding and thus lack of agency which came from overpopulation. A very similar conclusion to the Unabomber, who said that the great flaw of the Industrial Revolution was that it removed agency so much from the average person.
Uncle Ted! Uncle Ted is based... Well, I don't like the things that he did necessarily, but I agree with a lot of what he wrote. We know a hikikomori, right, Orange? Well, even then, that hikikomori that we both know, she's actually starting to, you know, embrace life a little bit more. She's living on her own, so... That's a start. And I'm more than willing to help her out with it. We're kind of in the same place. Well, for me, it's not going to be too much longer. I got a summer class I need to take care of. Compa says, is this the time for Fight Club timeline? If Scurvy were to start Fight Club, it would just be, well, we'd be fighting for femboys. We'd be fighting for femboys. Well, if I win in the fight, then I get the femboy in the bunny costume. I'm joking. That would be too idealistic. But then again, in this world, there would be a lot more virgin chicks too. So I wouldn't even have to worry about fighting for a femboy.
That society lost any will to keep going. That the human spirit couldn't take being turned into a cog, or a ant in a giant depersonalized hill. The Unabomber also said that without intervention from genetic engineering, that industrial civilization would break down. He said that collapsing birth rates, ennui, soullessness, and other things would mean that the industrialized world would self-destruct over the course of the 21st century.
He's not wrong. But I also think Kaczynski was... I also think Kaczynski was a little bit unaware of just the Marxist subversion that, has been going on for the past decades, too. When it comes to, like, major, manufacturing revolutions, like the Industrial Revolution, Marxists will latch onto that like nothing else. That is their biggest gateway to trying to fuck up society from within. Compa says, rule number 1, you don't talk about Femboy Fight Club.
This fits with the rural thesis, in that in a rural society where you know everyone, you can feel agency over your life since you are capable of seeing how you as an individual have improved your community over the course of your life. That's much more difficult in a giant depersonalized bureaucracy. The thing that scares me about this is it's yet another logical argument that comes from a different direction that says basically the same thing as the Mass Utopia or decadence argument, that the industrial urban nature of modern civilization creates a lack of social standards or cultural unity, which results in demographic collapse. The thing is...
That's a big thing, too. It's like, as society gets easier to live in, as, we start to take away the basics of what makes us human, and the things that we need to kind of make us human, especially in terms of, like, masculinity or whatnot, when it comes down to it, on one hand, we as humans in general, it's not like a male or female thing, we as humans always like the path of least resistance. But at the same time, for us guys, we also like a challenge. We don't like things to be so streamlined that it's just a cut and dry path. Like, there's a reason why I've been on this martial arts journey for almost a year now. That I've been, going down again. It's because I'm looking for that challenge, that stimulation of the masculine, so to speak. It's like, you can't really find that these days. The masculine endeavor is basically dead, with the exception of pursuing strength. But good luck trying to own a home, with Blackcock buying up all the homes. And good luck trying to start a family, because most women don't want to have kids because, oh, it's too painful. I want to be a CEO. Second rule of Femboy Fight Club: don't be a lion pizza chicken.
We can't ignore this anymore as the birth rate keeps on plummeting to lower and lower levels. Part 4. What does this all mean? We can talk about these statistical projections all we want, but the fundamental reality is that this won't happen in the lab, but in the messy real world. There's an interesting book named The Human Tide by Paul Morland. It's a history of how the various demographic waves of the last 200 years have affected history. It goes through how the Anglo and French population booms of the early 19th century resulted in the settlement of the Anglosphere, the Industrial Revolution, or Napoleonic Wars. Then the population boom in East and Central Europe caused the World Wars. The population boom in East Asia resulted in the tiger economies of the mid to late 20th century, while the population boost of the early 21st and late 20th centuries resulted in the wave of Islamic radicalism, migration, and terrorism, which rocked across the Middle East. Now the population boom in Africa will probably result in mass immigration or wars. We treat history as a war of ideas or politics, but the reality is it's often a battle of dominance between different ethnic groups of people. When one group has a lot of people, they go out and conquer, using politics to rationalize it. When a population goes into decline...
I mean conservative in a loose sense here for no change. The the EU, although leftist and socialist, is very conservative in that it wants stability in all things. No dynamic industry or technological progress, no societal destabilization, aging population. 19th century America or Europe would be politically on the far right, but weren't conservative in the way I'm using it here, since their social structures prioritize destructive creativity through entrepreneurship, demographic growth, and imperialism. Ironically, leftists always become conservative while in power, since they operate off big government hierarchies which can't be destabilized. Well, when it comes to that, let me think about that for just a little bit. I wouldn't say, ultimately, when it comes to defining something as far right, we're talking about, let's see, 18th century America. But, yeah, that probably would be the case. I think they're probably a little bit further on the right than I am. But then again, I don't know their stance on the Jews. Probably the same stance that I have.
And they shrink into conservatism and then use politics to rationalize that again. This will happen in our world as well. It's hard to draw conclusions of the demographic future of our world. For example, one would think the demographic rise of Africa recently will result in important events on that continent. For example, the population of Africa has grown 5 times over since 1950. It's expected to quadruple again by the end of this century. That being said, said, that's not going to happen since Africa's birth rates are already going down rapidly. Nigeria just can't support 500 million people. That's ridiculous. And frankly, there have been very few historical events noteworthy enough to warrant Africa's population going up by 5 times over in the last 70 years already. Furthermore, the population growth in Africa is contingent on the stability of the rest of the world. In a world where the developed nations will have half the population they do now by the end of this century, Africa will end up having a quarter of its current population. This is since Africa is completely dependent upon the fertilizer, industrial goods, or agriculture in other.
Then again, I guess things really do boil down to agriculture at the end of the day. Africa isn't exactly the most fertile continent on the planet. That, or they haven't discovered exactly what makes a place fertile, even with the rivers, even though Egypt figured it out thousands of years ago. Compa says, Big Man Tyrone, every 60 seconds. A minute passes. With your help, we can stop this. And, with every 60 seconds, you're also nutting in some random white bitch.
Other regions of the world. If you pull one nut out of the African system...
Literally, I said nut. And he says nut. Okay, jokes aside, let's get serious again.
The unstable nature of that continent's trade or politics would fall apart, resulting in cumulative collapse. Thus, it may appear as if Africa would benefit in a mouse utopia scenario in abstract, while the reality is it might become one of the hardest hit areas in the world. Peter Zeihan, I believe, does a good job of analyzing what...
Hey, Post Nut, it's been a while. Did someone say nut? Yes, I said nut. I said, but the nut. Anyways, let's keep going.
The effects of
You need to make the river go, say it again.
demographics will be over the next few decades. He looks at the countries that are hit the hardest, whether Germany or Russia or China, and predicts that they will have serious issues, while countries like India, America, France, or Turkey, who have relatively younger populations, will probably do better. That being said, when people analyze this, they often try to find a single solution, but there really isn't one. For example, you may want to import immigrants that would keep your populace.
Okay, so when it comes to importing immigrants, look, when it comes to legal immigration, once again, I have no problem with legal immigration. But when it comes to mass immigration, that's a fucking problem. It shows that, hold on. I have the perfect quote from Undead Chronic. So, or I'll try my best to paraphrase it. So, when it comes to mass immigration, right? Eventually, the offspring of that immigrant will be like, why the fuck am I serving McDonald's to a bunch of fucking boomers? They're gonna think the same thoughts that someone like me is thinking when it comes to working in those shitty minimum wage jobs.
Younger, but immigrants themselves have declining population growth, and importing a completely different society into your culture brings its...
Yep, also brings its own issues. I don't know why, leftists... Oh, wait, I know why leftists want Palestinians to come to the U.S. and Canada. Because my brown people. But in reality, the Palestinian culture is, well, pretty violent. Once again, Islam. Radical Islam. However, if you are Palestinian and you want to move here like legally, go ahead. If you fit in, if you want to assimilate into American culture, like go right ahead. I don't have a problem with you coming here. We might even get along. Who knows? You'll find some good friends, I promise you that. But when it comes to mass immigration of just like a bunch of like people who don't like America, who wish for our downfall, they're going to resent the people and its population. That's what's happening all across like Western Europe. You know, a society is fucked when a sizable when a sizable fantasy is black men coming in and turning all whites into sex slaves. Whoa! Can't say that on YouTube, Pickle.
Its own series of very serious social issues. Meanwhile, for countries that want to maintain their demographic homogeneity, like Japan or South Korea or Bulgaria in Eastern Europe, they're the ones who are getting hit the hardest by aging. Likewise, people might say that white people will go extinct due to population collapse. However, interestingly...
Hey, guess what? Scurvy's not exactly white, but, still, I don't think I want any ethnic group to decline into, you know, death. I know in the past that's happened, but I don't know why Marxists... Once again, I have no understanding why Marxists want white people to die so much when the majority of Marxists are indeed white people. It's so fucking weird. And also, most Hispanics are also part white. Whatever white means.
White Anglo-American.
Oh, Chef, what the fuck did I just read from For No Raisin? How you doing, Raisin?
Stabilize at one of the highest birth rates of anyone in the world. This is due to half of America's population being suburban and a quarter being rural, which is higher than almost any rate in the developed world, which means it stabilizes at higher birth rates. In the next...
Scurvy is green. I'm drunk, that's for sure. I'm not green, but I'm drunk.
Next few years, white Americans will start having higher birth rates than Hispanic Americans. Minority populations in the West...
Also, Scurvy's orange, but I am part lime, so does that make me a Grigga?
Are urban concentrated, and after a generation, these immigrant populations collapse down to local birth rates. I also think it's likely Western populations will evict recent immigrants. Remember how urban immigrants who made up the majority of the urban population in Rome didn't turn out to be demographically important. Alternately, how people were scared for the waves of immigration around 1900 in America, where people were worried would replace the local Anglo-Saxon population.
Oh yeah, I forgot people had a problem with the Irish. So my great-grandmother, people had a problem with her, I bet, because, you know, once again, she is from Ireland. Just like people had a problem with my grandpa being from Iran. Yep, Scurvy has quite the family tree.
But that didn't even remotely happen. There's a solid chance that this is cope on my end, but the idea of the end of white majority
Potato
populations
people
in the West isn't assured in any way. Furthermore, we're seeing birth rate collapses in the populations which supply the immigrants to the Western world, whether Islam or Latin America, both of which either have negative birth rates or will very soon. These countries will run out of people in a few decades as well. This is a crisis which is affecting the whole planet, a crisis which will last a century at least, with large demographic effects, so the end result is in no way assured. If you want to compare...
Well, if you're looking for an end result, I have a feeling it's going to be less people. And that's going to be sad, if you ask me, because that's probably one less person that could be my friend. You know, who knows, future wife could die. It's not a positive thing, you know. But unfortunately, something I am still trying to grapple with is that something like that is going to happen. Whether I want it to or not. It's sad. It really is. The pickle comes from a long line of samurai, mujahideen, and pirates. I come from a long line of potato people, vodka drinkers. Oh wait, no. My grandpa was an atheist. My Iranian grandpa was an atheist, just like me. I don't know what that would make him. I think he was raised Muslim, but he was just like, you know, fuck that. And I agree with him. Fuck Islam.
Compare it to a previous era of demographic turnover, that being around the era of the fall of Rome. It would be impossible to predict which ethnic groups would end up predominating.
Kafir!
Especially if you want to look at the dark horse victory of the Slavs, who were an unimportant ethnic group for most of the time, or the Arabs.
Hey, vodka drinkers, part of, Scurvy's family tree.
eruption across most of the known world, neither of which would be predictable, and there are loads of events between the fall of Rome and the start of the Middle Ages that would have been impossible to know as that time period started. If the Korean numbers turn out to be true, where there will be 4 people out of the current 100 who make it to the end of this century, then relatively small groups of people alive.
I think the 4 people out of 100 making it are absurd numbers that probably won't happen. That being said, let's take a group like the Mormons. The Mormons! Joseph Smith was called a prophet. Dum 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 dum. And my channel got a copyright strike. Dum 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 dum. A group like the Mormons that are 1% of the population. Afterwards, they could end up being a quarter of America, populating the entire western region of the country. This is why I'm not unclear if ethnic minorities will win or not. Whoever makes it into that 4% will have an absurd long-term influence. Okay, that's fair enough, but I don't want the Mormons to be that. I don't want the fucking Mormons to be that. Because then most of the country will believe that Jesus Christ was in America. Dum da dum 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 da dum 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 da dum. I was damn. Okay. I gotta stop. For no reason, I was raised Mormon. Okay, gotcha. My bad. I just, once again, I'm a huge South Park fan, my dude. And that's one of my favorite episodes, all about the Mormons. But, yeah, I don't know. I mean, when it comes to that, it's like, I do think that some of the Mormon belief system is pretty nutty, but, yeah. I can't, every time I hear something about Mormonism, I fucking can't help myself. I think it even happened at the bar at one point. It's like, I asked about, like, religious belief, and it's like, and then I just started singing the fucking South Park song, the dum 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 dum. Scurvy's gonna get his channel copyright struck. Dum 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 dum.
Today will populate the new world that comes out of this. In general, I think those who want to do so will be the ones who inherit the earth, likely the rural and religious. This is almost a white pill that if you decide you want your descendants to make it, they probably will. One of my friends jokes that it's impossible to get an urban atheist to have grandkids.
I am the urban atheist and I want grandkids! What the fuck? I want my family tree to live on for a long time. And look, I understand. Like, even so, like I've said in the past, it's like, if I were to ever get, like, married, it would be under a church. Truly under a church. Like, the state would not be involved at all. Like, it would be a marriage under God, and I would not want to break that whatsoever. Even though I don't believe in that God, I understand the importance of the tradition. Same here for no reason. I want a huge family too. I agree with you. Even if it's only me that does that, I don't think it will hurt at all. I believe that more people on this planet is a good thing. It just means more friends for people to make. More viable partners, that too. Damn, Luna wants 10 kids? Well, good luck. I know the board told me quite a bit about, we have our own theories, but honestly, good luck. Good luck. It's gonna be easier for me to have 10 than it is for you, Pickle. Nah, jokes aside, I hope you guys have a lot of kids. I want a lot of kids too. As autistic as they're gonna be, I think I could handle it. Theories, yeah, go ahead, ask her.
Enemies are purposely pulling themselves out of the gene pool. The scary thing is that it appears as if the nihilists are the ones who are willing to organize, especially through the governments. That's at least what happened in Mouse Utopia. I hope that they don't kill those who try to continue to breed. And
Marxists absolutely will do that. That is also part of their end game strategy. They want to take the joy out of reproduction. That's exactly a goal of feminism. And wouldn't you know, they also view child rearing as like, well, it's a slavery. But no, child rearing is not. Child rearing is not slavery whatsoever. It's fulfilling. It's difficult, but it's fulfilling in the sense that you are raising somebody to be a good citizen of the world. Well, or of your country. Why did I say the world? Sorry. Doi. A good citizen of your local community even. We'll bring it down to that level. Your local community. Autistic kids are awesome. I agree for no reason. I am an autistic guy, so I'm pretty cool.
In my opinion, historians have a nasty habit of picking some incredibly complicated historic event and then saying whatever the result that came out.
Pickle, your wife was a retard when she was... She still kind of is. Why are you saying that on the chat? She's probably watching right now. Knowing her. That's not nice of you. Also, Luna is pretty... she's probably not on par like you and I, but, like, she's still pretty smart. She knows what she wants. I wouldn't say she's retarded.
Out of that is assured and was destined to happen. I think in retrospect, whoever emerges out of this crisis victorious will be obvious, but it is in no way so now. To look at the Black Death as an example, it hit the Berbers, Byzantine Empire, and Central Asia harder than other areas.
Damn.
I still have no idea why that's the case. This then created political disturbances in which the Russians were able to colonize a depopulated Central Asia, the collapse of the Mongol Empire, the Maghreb turning Arabic, or the Turkish conquest of Byzantium. You do see demographic crises like this over history which change politics. For example, there was a version of the Black Death in the 6th century AD, which killed half the population of the civilized empires like the Byzantines or Persians. This then...
Honestly, that's actually pretty interesting. Like, this is part of the downfall of the Persian Empire, so kind of has to do with my family, in a way. All of you Spurgoids are retards compared to me. I am your god. No, Pickle. Shut the fuck up, Marty. Anyways.
Then gave the Arabs and Germanic barbarians an advantage, which thus resulted in their greater predominance at the expense of those two previous empires. The thing is that this kind of stuff is very difficult to predict. As a general rule, though, the more religious or rural a population is, the better off it'll be. On top of this, what we would see is that in the short term, third world populations would have an advantage over first world populations, but later on, as the...
So, hold on, sorry, I didn't mean to pause there. Let's let him finish his point.
World gets more chaotic, the better organized first world populations might regain that advantage over the third worlders. Also,
interesting. Honestly, that's an interesting point right there. So even if a societal collapse were to happen, I think he's predicting that it's not going to be, like such a decimation on the American population. I don't think there's going to be so many people that are going to be killing children or whatnot. I think there's certainly going to be bloodshed, but I don't think there's going to be so much bloodshed where people are going to be killing children. That's just a little prediction that I've made, because I think some people still have morals about them. I think they don't really regard their enemy as human these days. Hell, even if you ask me, like, as much as I don't like leftists, I still consider them people, even though I heavily disagree with them. But there are some people who just view them as like a different species altogether. But I don't think there's going to be like a mass population decline here in the States, at least. I think in other parts of the world, I think it's going to be worse. But I don't think people are just going to be outright killing children, even for ideological reasons. Like, I think there's enough of a moral compass that, people know, hey, don't kill children. Unfortunately, I do know such deaths are going to occur because there are going to be people who are, like, you know, morally bankrupt in a societal collapse. But I think most of the bloodshed is actually going to be from, like, adults. And ultimately, I think the people, like, someone like me, it's like, I think I'd be okay. It's like, just show me the ropes of something, and I probably will be pretty good at it down the line. Might take a little bit of lesson or whatnot, but it's like, hey, I don't want to cause no trouble. I'm happy to help you out. Don't kill me. I have a useful skill. So yeah, I possess the skill set for, skill building, basically. Let's continue.
So the more geographically spread out a population is, the better off it is. The death of Anglo-Americans in society is harder to imagine than the Danes or the Dutch. The Chinese are really harder to kill as a civilization than the Koreans or the Malays. Another variable here is that the areas getting hit the hardest by these demographic collapses are East Asia, but these are ethnically homogenous societies with no one that could replace them. They have...
Hold on, I'll be right back. Then we're gonna finish up this video. Scurvy's back. Scurvy is back. Let's get back to the video.
have no neighbors with stable birth rates either. Something that I'm going to throw out as well is that there are eras of increasing and decreasing complexity over history. India, as an example, is a place which has had very few of that, and so Indian society is ridiculously complex on a religious, political, ethnic, whatever basis. Or the Roman Empire is a great example, where the complex tribal and religious organizations were replaced by Latin Christians in Western Europe. But then the fall of Rome was an era of increasing complexity, in that the French or the Spanish became separate ethnicities, and this time period will be, firstly, a period...
I'm telling you, there's no such thing as race, there's only such a thing as ethnicity. Wouldn't you know? Even history reflects this too. Oh, I'm about to buzz in his mouth. I'm sorry, I couldn't contain myself. I just got back to my place. I need to make a Dreamable reference or two.
Period of removing complexity, where you could see lots of small nations like the Balkans or the Dutch.
Jokes aside, this is honestly a really good analysis of like the exact phenomena that we're going to be experiencing soon.
Or various Central Asian groups just go extinct, but as society falls apart, you would see breakdowns afterwards. For example, depending on how big this crisis could be, would it be impossible to see America split up into different ethnic groups, with California...
Let's see. Let's see. I think I'd be probably in the oh, wait, no. Probably in the Appalachian Union. That's so gay. Gay? Oh, god damn. God fucking damn. Though, in Scurvy lore, it would be in the Dixie Confederation, but there is the very small part in the around the Florida Keys. You know, that's where Tropicana is. The Republic of Tropicana.
Californians or Texans becoming distinct, or seeing Australia develop off in its own completely new direction. And I think a major thing that would happen here is the development of new religions and ideologies. As in this world of great suffering, people...
Well, they'd worship the fucking polemarchs of Tropicana. Yep. If they were to go into the Florida Keys, they'd worship the polemarchs of Tropicana, which I am the leader of all the polemarchs, because I'm an orange.
Would need to have some kind of worldview to explain what was happening, and the modern world has none of the intellectual tools to deal with a demographic crisis of this scale, because modernity is predicated upon continuous growth. And so you can see new religions or philosophies divide up the world. Part 5, Secular Cycles.
Okay.
Something I've spoken about in many previous videos about how historically...
So, okay, one thing to kind of predicate this segment on, when it comes to secularism, right? You know, Scurvy's an atheist, but I did not forget the teachings of Christianity. Hell, I even have a Bible. I even have a Bible in my fucking apartment, which I'm going to take a thorough read through sometime. It would be an interesting stream, you know, for me to read through the Bible. Probably some music playing in the background so my headphones don't stop working. But still. It's like, I understand that this country was founded on particular principles, and I don't want those principles to go away. As a matter of fact, I want to, utilize those principles, but just without the superstition. That's kind of where I'm coming from. But atheists these days do not do that. They don't do that. As a matter of fact, they want to disregard those principles in favor of some fucking hedonistic bullshit. When I was around, 16, I was like, oh yeah, fuck Christian morality. But as I got older, especially, by the time I started college, I was like, holy shit, they're not wrong. They're not wrong, but they could also be applied. Those tenets can also be applied in a secular way. Literally, you don't have to take the Bible literally, but at least learn from the lessons that it's trying to teach you, both the Old and the New Testament. The Old Testament, well, as long as it's translated by the Greeks, that's fine, and the New Testament.
Every 250 years, the world goes through a major global...
World crises I found. Collapse of Indus Valley and Minoans. Collapse of Bronze Age systems. Warring States period. Collapses in Greece and Italy. Collapse of Babylon and Egypt to Persia. Collapse of Rome and Han. Collapse of Roman Han. Holy shit. Plague of Justinian. Byzantium Persian Wars. Collapse of Sui. Collapse of Franks. Abbasids. Tang. Black Death. 100 Years' War. Collapse of Yuan. Tamerlane. Ottoman pillaging. 30 Years' War. Manchu conquest of China. You misspelled that. Time of Troubles. English Civil War. World War I in Eastern Europe. Taiping Rebellion. Famines of 1871, okay.
crisis, which breaks the previous social structure. The latest version of this was what we call the era of revolutions, which is the Taiping Rebellion, French Revolution, 1848, and others. Before that was the Wars of Religion in the 1600s, the Black Death, and you can trace it back thousands of years as far as we have records, with a global crisis every 250 years, happening like clockwork. I won't cover this theory in as much detail here as I have in other videos, since I've already explained large parts of it. Basically, once inequality gets high enough and normal wages get low enough, you've removed any incentive for...
That's an indicator for revolution right there. I expect a revolution to happen in 2030, though I hope that it's going to be a positive revolution that benefits all of us. Not even just young men, but also like women too. Where women don't have the insane amount of sexual freedom that they have. Because honestly, what I've learned... I have the sound off. Wait, hold on. My mic's working. The desktop audio is working too. Is something wrong for you for no reason? If so, just probably like refresh the tab. Because things are working fine on my end. And on my phone's end too. That's how I'm able to read chat. But as I was saying, like, the fact that young women in this soon-to-be revolution that's bound to happen aren't going to have so much sexual freedom, it might actually liberate them. It's so weird, you know? Because feminists... well, Marxists and, well, indirectly, and, well, feminists, because feminists are indeed Marxists, they're the ones who are saying, oh, sexual liberation is such a good thing. However, in reality, it's not. It really isn't. It's not a good thing at all. It just makes everything worse.
For social cooperation. What eras of peace and stability result in, naturally, is growing population inequality, which, through its own strengths, results in the collapse of its system. This then...
Rome's secular cycles traced by lead population in Greenland ice. Okay, so... whoop! 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 Whoop!
Results in society spiraling into civil war, external wars, plague, famine, inflation, and other nasty things. All the variables we use to predict these crises have been blaring off right now. We have computer models which predict these kinds of crises dozens of times to the exact years they took place in, based off the variables I mentioned before, such as average...
Okay, era of good feelings, and then early republic, Age of Discord 1. Oh my god. Age of Discord 2 is approaching.
Wages, income inequality, and competition
Plus
for
in
good
this
jobs.
mouth.
In these computer models, I've been saying for 15 years that the 2020s will have a crisis like this. The thing is that...
oh, it fucking will. It fucking will. There's a reason why I brought my knife from like almost 3 years ago over here. I gotta have some way to defend myself.
That for a lot of these crises, it's normal for the population to crash. For example, in the crisis of the 17th century, the world's population crashed by a quarter, and crashed by half in the 14th century. This is since these crises result in the population growing so high that wages go into decline and there isn't enough to go around for everyone. Thus, you see wars, plagues, and famine lower the population until it reaches a stable level so that you can have another period of growth. I've spoken about this in numerous previous videos.
Okay, I turned the sound back on. Did I get in trouble yet? No, you did not. You did not, for no reason. I almost mistook you for AC, my bad. I'm, like, pretty fucking drunk right now. But no. You're not in trouble. You're never in trouble. As a matter of fact, because you're cool, you're gonna be a mod. You're a devoted viewer, for no reason. No, don't. You're a mod of Chaz's stream already, so it doesn't hurt for me to be a mod too. For you to be a mod too. Why did I say me?
Notably this one, about how...
If you want me to take that wrench off of you, like, just tell me, and I'll take it off.
I believe this is the story of our era. The question I ask in addition to this is, with industrialization and mouse utopia, will the stabilization be worse this time? In physics...
But for no reason, you're a good viewer of mine.
For every reaction, there is an equal counter-reaction. Thus, it's feasible to see that we could have a much worse stabilization, since the world's population has gone up.
You're one of Chaz's mods, too!
Years. If our rise was this rapid, could our crash be much greater as well? Something that happened with the invention of agriculture that we found from archaeological records is populations would rapidly skyrocket and then crash and then skyrocket again, because the world was still evolving to the agricultural revolution.
Honestly, that's a fair point, too. I have a feeling when it comes to the Industrial Revolution, I don't think we're quite at that stage yet. I think it's going to be soon after a major population decline happens, but that's just me.
Whether or not this will happen to us, I really don't know. Who knows what this new world might be like socially or politically.
This is the link to the video he's covering for anyone in the chat that wants to see it. Yep. I also have the title of the video and the channel in there too for that reason as well. But thank you for no reason.
This channel, to tease out potential directions it might take. Just one example is it's hard to imagine democracy surviving an aging population.
Well, voting is kind of a sham to begin with. I think the Greeks even knew that.
This is since a small population of young people will have the military force and produce everything. The majority elderly population will vote to take their stuff, which would result in young people mutinying, maybe making a military dictatorship to maintain the dominance of force. Another trend I see happening is decline in technological progress. It's impossible for a population in decline to continue to have technological progress. And the easiest example of this is Europe, which for the 500 years before the World Wars experienced incredible technological progress, but then as Europe's population went into decline after the World Wars, Europe's technological progress just stopped.
Honestly, that is true. There's a reason why a lot of, the major social media platforms, they all come from the US, except for TikTok. That's about it. Everywhere else, America. TikTok, China.
And maybe with us discovering technologies like genetic engineering or AI, we need to have that technological decline so that we don't destroy the world order. Whether or not you believe in climate change, if climate change is true, and I don't really know if it is, then the world's
it's not.
Population halving is an end to that.
Well, hold on. YouTube, before you censor me, let me take a swig of water. Climate change is indeed real, but not the way the left propagates it. The world is getting colder, not warmer.
Issue, although in a brutal way. The great lesson of the 20th century was that the West had spent centuries trying to make itself more civilized and humane, but then it
but then again, Marxists always love to make it, inhumane. Well, that's the end goal of Marxism, is that we're all slaves to the elites. Because Karl Marx, he was like, oh my god, I can't believe it. I'm not elite enough. Oh, I'm so mad.
Descended into complete barbarity, committing horrifying atrocities. And our society puts up this front of being very caring and humane, but there's really...
It's not. It's fucking not. So you see that guy in the wheelchair? As soon as he says anything to the right of Mao, that old lady is gonna push him off a fucking cliff. That's what happens with the disabled in general when it comes to challenging the bullshit of today's times.
Nothing backing it up. There's no religion. There's no deep moralization occurring in the society. which means that once things get bad and people get desensitized by population collapse, I think there will be horrible atrocities. I was thinking about what kind of ideology you would use to rationalize mouse utopia, and wokeness is a great example.
I agree. Wokeness is the perfect ideology to rationalize mouse utopia. And wouldn't you know, wokeism is a subsection of communism, which communism, comes from Karl Marx. So it's all Marxism at the end of the day.
Where it supports the destruction of the society in support of free riding, because it's pushed by people who don't have children, so they don't have an incentive to push the culture.
So when it comes to all that, right? The way that these fucking people quote unquote reproduce is by grooming. That's the only way they do that.
Onwards. However, as the birth rate crashes and we have to rebuild the
peg the patriarchy. I mean, honestly, these bitches are so fucking ugly. Like, what the fuck do you mean by peg the patriarchy? You won't be able to even, keep me pinned down because I know the jujitsu to fuck you over with.
World and the populations, I think that we will see the development of new ideologies and religions to explain what's going on and push good values. And I think that the next century will be a religious golden age for this reason.
I would not be fucking opposed to that. Not gonna lie, I would not be opposed to that. It would be far better than the period we're living in right now, with all this woke bullshit. As long as I'm not gonna die for not believing in the Christian God, I'll be happy.
Around 70,000 years ago, the human population was cut down to a bottleneck of around 6,000 people across the whole world.
Whoa!
And this is part of the reason why humans have some of the lowest degree of genetic diversity of any mammal species. But the thing that came with this bottleneck was the cognitive revolution, where humans suddenly gained the ability to think in abstract concepts, have religion, have technology, and that sort of thing. And I do wonder, especially with genetic engineering and the world's population collapse by so much, will this crisis create the potential for another genetic...
For No Reason says, it will be like Warhammer. Do explain if you can.
breakthrough for humanity. Perhaps we'll evolve new psychological abilities as a species through genetic engineering that we couldn't have before. Alternately, family values and religion would have to return as maintaining the birth rate becomes the most important issue in society. On top of this, the religious and rural would inherit the earth since they would be the ones who have children. Imagine 100 different changes like this, most of which I cannot predict. The greatest genius of the early 20th century in no way could have predicted all the changes that would occur over the course of that century. All of this leads to a very different world from where we are today. What would a world where the descendants of the rural and religious populate the earth even look like? I wonder if it would be a new dark age, much like the religious fanatics and barbarians inherited the earth after the fall of Rome or the Bronze Age collapse. There's an interesting book that I talked about in the Mouse Utopia video called Fitzpatrick's War. Fitzpatrick's War itself is a science fiction novel set in the 25th century about the rise of an American Alexander the Great. However, it has a fascinating backstory, which is that over the course of the 21st
Hey, Pickle, if you're watching this, take notes.
Century, and this book was written around 1990, the world's population goes up to 11 billion and then crashes down to a billion by the end of the 21st century. And this occurs due to population collapse, due to major diseases, breakdowns in supply chain, and what occurs is that religious fundamentalist rednecks fight a civil war in America against inner-city gangs and then burn the cities down, while the Muslims colonize Europe and the Chinese colonize East Asia. In the book Why Nations Fail, which I'd recommend, one of the themes that gets teased out a lot is that there are certain eras of history in which pivotal small decisions, which the people who make those decisions often don't even think about, determine the fate of centuries. An example of
You will have an uprising, says Truro NS McDonald's. Wait, what?
This is the fall of Rome, in which Islamic, Orthodox, and Western civilization formed afterwards. Or the discovery of the New World, in which the early colonial structures of the New World determined how those societies operate even today. Or with the Black Death, where Western Europe became a free society and Eastern Europe a serf society due to changes made around the Black Death. And this will be a giant historic breaking point. And so...
I agree, dude. I agree. My book already has a great conqueror. The board told you about him. Well, I'm drunk right now, so I'd have to look back at those messages. Anyways, we're going to head to the after show, alright? We have a little bit of one, and then I'm going to see who's at the bar. It's probably not going to be too many people, but, yeah, did you guys enjoy the show tonight? I know the perfect song for this. It's gonna be the master song from Super Monkey Ball. Well, I'll be right back, and then we'll get to the after show. Okay, I'm back. We're gonna play the music at a light volume. Bam. I'm just making a little, burning cross objective marker for my Thug Templars. God damn. Oh, man. Not gonna lie, this was a pretty good show. I thank you guys for coming tonight. Whew, boy. Let me see. Never mind. Never mind. Oh, man, honestly, I kind of do like these more serious streams, even though at the end it got pretty funny because I was drunk and, you know, watching What If Alt Hist, but there's a lot you could learn. There really is. There's a lot you could learn if you want to learn more about our enemy. Oh my. Oh my, oh my, oh my. I'm going to be heading out to the bar soon, so I will catch you guys on, I think, like, Monday or something? Yeah, I promised you guys Monday that there would be a special episode of the ScurvyRum show. Yep. We're gonna watch the rest of the interview of Yuri Bezmenov. Yep, we watched at the beginning of the show, so it can be like 27 minutes. Yep, if I could remember, 27 minutes, 17 seconds. Ultimately, a pretty good show tonight. 7 likes, 40 views, 6 concurrent viewers. What can I say? Probably one of my better shows. And even then, I appreciate every one of you guys for watching. You guys are awesome. With that being said, I'll catch you guys later. So I'll see y'all on Monday, and I'll even have a show episode for probably like Thursday or Friday. Probably Thursday, because Friday I probably want to go out. And if I don't go out, well, I'd have a stream at the ready for 9 o'clock. Thanks for watching, everyone. Catch you guys on Monday.